Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? I don't want to yell because it's 2:25 in the morning, and I got very drunk last night, and I went to bed early, and I woke up early. I woke up like 5 hours early or something like that. So here we are. I'm rested. I'm about to eat my dinner because I have not eaten dinner today, and it's 2 in the morning as opposed to 6 or whatever when I fell asleep. And so here I am. It's 10:02:25. I got to be a little bit more quiet because my family is sleeping and stuff. It's 10:02:25. Hi guys, gonna do like probably a small session, 5 6 hour session before I go walking today. And yeah, I'm just gonna watch videos and play games and stuff like normal. And it's 2:30 in the morning. I haven't appealed to the nighttime crowd now, probably since my stepfather died. I mean, I don't care. It's 2:30 in the morning. I don't mind seeing seeing people at a different time frame and all that. So here we go. I'm loading up all the games and everything. I'm gonna drop it off the big face. I've got a pyro video loaded. Yep. And we're just looking at different things. I'm cooking some bulgogi with beef, which is basically like steak and oh, I don't know, vegetables really. Yeah, it's like steak and stuff. And so yeah, and here we are. Hi guys, I'm sorry for the weird start at 2 in the morning, but yeah, I drank like four 12 ounce, or sorry, four 20 ounce cans of Voodoo Ranger yesterday. Got fairly wasted, went to bed. Haven't been drinking too much lately, so kind of was a lot. I didn't really expect to go to bed that early, but here we are. Loading up the Mortal, going to FFXI. It left me a little bit. What's the word? No, why aren't you logged in? That seems weird. Anyways, yeah. There we go. Ooh, graphical controller optimization. Very good. And finally, we are going to load. What did I feel like doing today? I wanted to put. Oh yeah, 12 is on my bar. Is it? Yeah, it is on my bar. It's interesting. So, anyways, library, minimize, play. I'm just gonna go stir my dinner before I get started here while Mortal loads. I'll be right back. I think I should also get a glass of ice, maybe. Yeah, here we go. What is that the case? Yeah, that's way too loud, you fucking scrub. Why do you do that loud? You're dumb. I woke up today thinking that I wanted to have happen to software developers what happened with World War II. And I'm just going to leave it there. I'm going to be vague. I kind of want software developers to experience what the Jews did in World War II. I take so much damage because of software developers, and I lose so much time every single day that I kind of hate them the way that I think the Nazis hated the Jews. And I don't want to hurt them, but I would like to evince a desire to exterminate all software developers because they caused me so much goddamn heartache and fucking sorrow for the last 30 fucking years that I would prefer the Nazis over them. The software developers caused me so much goddamn problems and kill so many people and suborn elections and all this other shit. And so I woke up today just thinking about how I wanted to gas the fucking software developers. Now, I would never do something like that. I don't like joking like that. I don't like drawing like correlations to like, you know, the Holocaust and stuff. But I mean, I do believe that software developers kind of did screw the fucking world, like fuck the world to death and stole all our money. And I kind of would like to, like the war all the things that they blamed on the Jews in World War II. That's actually the rich white man and software developers. Those problems and all that poverty and the Treaty of Versailles, that's caused by rich white fucking people or software developers, one or the other. I mean, I swear to God, it wasn't back then, not in World War II, but by 1979 in Vietnam, it was. It was, or no, sorry, 1970s in Vietnam. Software developers were playing a terrible fucking role in it. Now every war is dictated by software developers, and I'm sorry, I kind of hate software developers the way that, you know, the stupid ass Nazis hated the fucking whatever, you know? I hate software developers. They cause me so much goddamn problems every single fucking day. They enable me to do what I do, but they also take they also take that away. You know, there's good sides of them and there's bad sides of them. And the good side is really beautiful and built my lifestyle, but the bad side of them destroys me. And I really just don't like software developers. I know I'm probably the only person in the world that's like that, but I lay all of the world's problems at software developers. I think the software developers hadn't been there, I think this world would have been a lot better of a place. I don't think we would have had a 9/11, for instance. I laid that at the feet of software developers. I think I kind of do hate software developers. I'm just going to be openly honest about it. I think they are the new mafia and the new criminals and the new child rapers and the new problems and the new thieves and, you know, all the shit that we used to deal with the mafia and stuff in the real life. I think that's all gone to software development. And I think they control porn. I think they control money and oil and banking. I think they control everything. And I kind of want to gas them. You know, I do. I kind of really hate them. I hate them. I'll just be fucking honest about it. I know it's weird and shitty and psycho to evince such emotions, but I don't care. After 37 years of dealing with software developers and their fucking stealing and their fucking problems, I hate them more than Hitler hated the Jews. It's just the honest goddamn truth. I would never do anything to them. I'm not a psycho, but I do hate them more than Hitler hated the Jews. I think they cause a lot more problems. You know, I do. I really think they do. You know, I think when I look at the election they stole this year with Elon, I think software developers cause more problems than they solve. I'm sorry. Just being true. Just being honest. You know, you guys elevated me to a streamer level where I can voice thoughts like that. But yeah, I think most of the menace and problems in the world and a lot of the rape and a lot of the child rape and a lot of the problems in the world are caused directly by software developers like Bill Gates and Elon. What's Elon's last name? Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, I think most of the world's problems are caused by software developers. I'm just going to be fucking honest about it. I'm going to lay the blame where it actually fucking like belongs, which is, yeah, I think we should maybe either imprison and or exterminate most of the big billionaire software developers on the planet. And I want to do to them what they forced Germany to do. Well, not forced, but like what they, you know, I want to do to them what they did to us. 40 years of sorrow and problems and stolen elections and, you know, oil wars and all that shit. I want to do to them what they did to us. Software developers have walked all over us for about 40 years, and I just want to do to them what they did to us. Is that fair? You know I sound like Hitler when I talk like this, but I mean, the Jews didn't cause any fucking problems. They weren't really, they were not the issue. They were not the fucking issue. It was rich white people like fucking Hitler fucking killing people and stealing like the software developers. It always was. It's never been the fucking Jews and the Nazi fucking racist idiot ass problems and stuff. It is software developers.
I can't think of a word. There's nothing. There's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here in my garage, just bought this.
Dude, my hairline, it looks like the, you know the crosses at the end of Evangelion? Oh my god, that's sick. I want you to do something right now. Take yourself back to the year 2015.
Why did you leave?
I'm gonna go stir my dinner. Is my hate for software developers irrational? No, there's a cause for it. They constantly cause suffering, problems, issues, and steal from us. But is it a normal response? No. And my hatred for them is not a normal response. I see a problem, I hate the cause. And I think most, if not all, the world's problems are caused by them since 1970s. We lose all our wars because of them. Like I'm you know, so I just lay the blame where I think it's actually at. And I think if the world were to figure out that software developers are the primary cause of most of their sorrow, I think the world would be a very different, much better place. I think crime went online completely. I'm surprised when like robberies and thefts happen in the real world anymore, because I think the software developers are just a giant crime mafia that went online. And yeah, you know, and I don't really know why Bill Gates is free and not in chains. And I really do mean that, if you consider that he sold us Windows 95 to fight the war in Afghanistan in the year 2004. And we still use Windows 95 for military. And when you can see this, the software developers steal from us wholesale and cause us to lose wars and lose millions of people to COVID and shit like this, we kind of start to lay the blame where it actually belongs. It's not politicians like we thought. It's not even really the rich people, though they are the catalyst. The actual source of the Satan problems is software development. You can trace it. I'm not wrong. I mean, I know I'm right. Look at what Y2K did to the fucking world, and that was 25 years ago. Like, we really do live in massive fear, more so of software developers than we do the Holocaust, and they have caused us more damage than the Holocaust. And so we expect the Holocaust with the software developers sooner or later. Like, honestly, you know.
Most of you watching this content,
and they make everything we need to I mean, it's such a shitty bite the hand that feeds argument, because they make everything that we use. You know, it sucks. It's like biting the hand that feeds. But I mean, in return, they destroy humanity.
probably madly depressed.
It's like some deal with the fucking devil. They buy elections, they rape children, and they cause us to be poor. I mean, I do actually really believe this about software development. I think they co-opted the credit card system. I think they co-opted every last politician on the planet. I think they stole every last dollar on the planet. I think they're really, really bad people. I'm just being fucking honest, you know? Sooner or later, it's going to catch on that the actual problem isn't fucking, you know, like I think white people want to say it's people of color, or, you know, Nazis want to say it's Jews. But no, I think it's actually software development, and has been for 60 fucking years since JFK.
Because you either have some kind of like,
just being honest. And so, you know, I'm not trying to preach something. I don't need people to believe the same things that I believe. I'm just telling you what I believe. I'm going to lay the blame where I feel it is 100% responsible. Software developers, which is so fucking crazy. It's crazy that I'm saying it. It's crazy that I believe it. But I really believe that almost all, not all, but most of the world's rape, murder, theft, and scamming comes directly from software developers. Statistically, that's true. I mean,
responsibility, a job, God forbid, a family.
Why are you barbecuing a baby?
It's
so fucking weird.
Becomes a parent. That is the last bit of news that I want to hear. And back then, you might be watching some kind of content. Maybe it was a leafy surf video talking about, I don't know why, there's this leafy video that stays like rent-free in my head, and it is titled, let me try and recall it, Little Gay Boy himself because someone commented "you're gay lol" on YouTube. That's it. I remember. Oh my god, could you imagine titling videos like that today? And then as well, I would play games like Dying Light, Prototype, yap about something with this weird fake deep voice, usually because I was too bad to actually play surf, so I just played any kind of movement game. If you know the game Cluster Truck, for example, you're an OG. And if you know Seum Speedrunners from Hell, then you're a super old head. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, you know, you might click on any kind of YouTube video, and back then, you might have got this ad. There's this guy standing in his garage, seems like a pretty chill fella, and he's talking about a new Lamborghini that he purchased.
New Lamborghini here, fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills.
But you know what's more important than a new Lamborghini?
Notice how he
now.
looks like a
In
software
fact,
developer?
he's had to install-
He looks like a software developer. They have a look now. They look like what? Like they look like how you would draw your dad if somebody told you to draw your dad, but unpleasant. Draw an unpleasant picture of your father. That's what these software developers look like to me, and they have way too much fucking money.
Oh my.
They have way too much money. They're buying Lamborghinis. He looks like a bad version. Like, draw me a picture of your dad if he was a shithead loser. Like, this is what this guy looks like to me. I'm terribly sorry. Draw a picture of your fucking dad if he was a shithead loser. And they're proud of this look. They're fucking such shitheads. I can't stand these people. They're disgusting. You can see he has way too much money because of software development.
2,000 books, which he reads one a day.
Yeah, right. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up, you fucking liar. Shut the fuck up, liar.
Comes in and they buy up 90% of the ad space.
It's just another software developer stealing.
Same ad over and over. And because of this, it became a huge meme. Like, for example, Vanos Gaming did like an animated bit on it.
Those stupid ads that keep appearing before videos where it's like a guy and he's like, here in my garage. And he's got a Lamborghini. Yeah. And you know what I like more than my Lamborghini? Knowledge.
And I think one of the biggest videos that actually propelled the guy into like meme status, apart from how obnoxious the ad was the fact that H3H3, when he was doing his reaction content, did a video on this guy.
Here in our garage.
Here in
just got
Ethan's garage.
Finished driving around the Hollywood Hills. But do you know what
I really don't like these people.
I like more than
I mean, streamers are better than software developers, but they aren't helping either.
these 4 Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces?
The only reason this guy's even more of a jackass software developer threat than he already is because you're paying attention to him.
And Ferraris? Knowledge.
Knowledge.
Now, you know the name already, Ty Lopez. He is infamous. But this isn't some
Why?
random guy that spends money on like YouTube ads and says at the end, could you please subscribe to me? Guys, it would mean the world if you could subscribe to my channel. No, he's actually a businessman. He was trying to grow his brand. Now, if you're an old head, you've probably heard about Ty Lopez, but you probably haven't heard anything in the past 5 years or the best part of 10 years because he's kind of just been doing a lot of business stuff on the side. But recently, unfortunately, he's back and he is in what seems to be quite a lot of trouble. So to give context, Ty Lopez hasn't only been doing like YouTube ad placements, he's also became a bit of a self-help grifter, especially writing his own books on it. Like, this guy writes some of the finest literature you will find at the airport for an overcharged price. Like, for example, The Guru's Guide, Online Dating, a proven step-by-step guide to meet the love of your life online.
They all do this. They all grift online as software developers and book writing and shit like this. They grift online. They're such worthless pieces of shit. I don't really think they should influence our culture anymore at all.
And who could also forget there's no way it's called the 6-7 steps. No. There's not, it's
The 6-7
what?
steps.
He wrote a book called 6-7. I need a minute here. I need a minute here to think. He did not write a book called 6-7. Can this meme die, please? Guys, we've got TikToks. There should be a new meme by now already. Why are we still going on about 6-7? 6-7 steps.
The 67 steps, the easy way to the good life. Yeah, right. Shut the fuck up. Goddamn software developer
I'm still trying to
liar.
wrap my head around the fact that he wrote a book called 6-7. Like, time is a flat circle. Nothing ever changes. Minecraft is fell off now. It will be popular again in another lockdown in 5 years. But selling books isn't actually where he made the majority of his business. Thank God. Instead, he basically started this brand called Rev, which is retail.
He started
economic ventures.
releasing software to steal from people, making fake companies, and going online to steal from people.
Basically, their business model is they'd find underperforming brick and mortar companies and then transform them into e-commerce, online business, business talk. Have you noticed, by the way, the people on this planet that make the most amount of money, they have the most dog shit boring name imaginable for their companies? That is definitely on purpose, by the way. I'm sorry, I really don't want to talk about a guy purchasing companies and transforming them into other companies. But for the 3 people that care, you don't care. Brick and mortar companies are basically small.
I always thought the Jeff Bezos thing was that he named Amazon because he was in denial about software development or something. I always thought there was a really strong theme of denial. Like, here, I'm the only one who can be an online software peddler. Or, I'm sorry, online software developer who peddles an online auction marketplace. Maybe there's an eBay, but it mostly just Amazon. I'm in denial about how it's, you know, it's a river in Egypt I'm in denial about how horrible it was for the world. You know, it's like they named it Amazon so that you literally think about the word denial. I think about the word denial every time I hear the word Amazon. It's such a terrible name, especially for a white guy.
businesses, and they only have physical locations. So basically, you know, you're like walking down the high street, and then you find a store that isn't a chain like McDonald's or something. You go on the high street. No, you don't. No, you don't. You've already given to your overlord, Amazon.
What are the suffers going to do when they realize I'm on to them? When I realize that they became that you know, the mafia morphed into software development, and now all of our world's crime and all of our child molestation is happening because of software developers and software peddlers. What are they going to do to me when they realize that I've figured it out? I'm a little bit worried about it. It's kind of insane. Like, they're like, oh no, Skycatlive's on to us. You know, we stole billions of dollars with the American election in 2024. If Skycatlive's on to us. And it's just insane. I swear to God. I get scared of that sort of like zero-sum situation. But then I remember, and this is hilarious. This is the actual thought that I have. I'm not trying to provide content or anything like this. And then I remember that there's software developers, and they couldn't find their way out of a wet bag with a SEAL team, search team, and a fucking flashlight. There's software developers. They're so far up their own fucking ass that honestly they aren't really a super threat. They're so incompetent at what they do and all that software they design that honestly I'm not too worried about them either, because they're so goddamn incompetent that their own crippling retard problem of the software failing all the time is going to protect me from them. It's kind of like a bungling villain in Scooby-Doo or something, you know, a bungler or a bumbler, you know, like a bumbling bungler, like villain from, you know, from like Scooby-Doo. That's what I think of them as. They're software developers. They couldn't possibly actually pose a real threat to us that isn't some crazy like blanketed just existential threat of them being there, but there's no actual real threat from them because they're so goddamn incompetent. They write software so badly and they steal so much money that they're like these ass clowns that I'm not afraid of. They're often not violent. They're I'm not really too worried about them. I'm worried about their incompetence. You know, they themselves aren't too much of a threat. They're like waspy white dudes with, you know, fucking pen protectors in their wallets and glasses and shit. And they look like this shithead with the Lamborghini at the start of the video.
No, you don't.
Fucking losers.
The only time I ever hear about the high street being used now is like old people being like, they've all shut down. People are buying things online now. Oh, it's terrible. If you have a look at YouTube right now, the amount of videos you'll see of like the decay of the UK,
yep,
all the high streets have shut down.
Yep,
it's genuinely depressing.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd much prefer the experience of walking up the high street, seeing people being.
Britain collapsed. We're about to collapse, and you want to know why? It's because the monarchy, the American leadership, they back software developers instead of their public. They sold out to the highest software developer bidders. They sold their governments to the highest software developer bidders. Consult Microsoft for military if you don't believe me. They did. They sold out their fucking governments to the highest bidder software developers. And so Britain and America are going to die. I believe this like I believe the sun's going to rise tomorrow. Britain and America will die until we actually stop the software developers and their fucking greed. These countries will die. I believe it. I really do.
And being harassed constantly when he's live on TikTok to 2 viewers.
Oof.
Then sat at home.
It's hard. It's a hard time, you know.
Delivers me, I don't know, Pepsi Max or something. So the point I'm trying to make is these kind of small businesses. The
software developer is so fucking intrinsically evil and fucked up and shitty that they go into Windows against my goddamn will and they change my sound settings against my will. Like they do it all the time. Look, I mean, oh no, my mic's up. I'm sorry, but most days when I go and look at this microphone thing, the software developer from some piece of shit software, I'm not even sure which, it's probably Windows, but who cares? They're all evil and shithead. When I come in, usually this is at 27, something like that. My microphone, most days I have to bump it to 100 because the software developers will literally bungle the volume on your fucking microphone after doing microphones for 40 years. They will bungle a fucking microphone. They don't, I swear to God, I don't trust them for operating systems. I don't trust them to run our government or try to buy our elections like Elon did this year. Fuck them. Fuck these stupid piece of shit traders. They should be in jail.
Have an online presence, because most people now
look at how much damage and time the mankind takes from their bungling and their terrible UIs and their terrible front ends and stuff. It's like we made the world require automobiles, and then we made all the drivers stupid. I mean, that's like literally what software developers kind of are. We made the whole world software reliant, and then we relied on shithead software developers to provide that experience. They didn't do it. They just stole money and robbed our military and fucked us over. So I call for their death. I call for their death the way that Hitler called for the Jews' death. I got nothing against Jews at all. Don't care about other people of other races. Really don't care. I lay the blame at white software developers. World War II as well. I mean, I do. I laid the blame at white politicians, white software developers.
Obviously,
Sorry.
On top of that as well, and obviously on top of that as well, lockdown in 2020,
yeah.
That was just the final nail in the coffin for these very small businesses. So let's say you owned a business, a brick and mortar business. You've got no online presence, which is hilarious to think of, considering you're watching this.
I mean, all the software developers and thieves went online. You didn't hear? So it's hilarious when people don't advertise on the internet, because that's where all the crime, software development, and shit happens, you know? It's so dumb not to advertise on the internet, because that's where all the crime is, and the software developers. How could you ever avoid that? You know, you can't avoid it. You have to advertise online. That's where everybody is. That's where all the crime went. That's where all the customers are. You have to go online. You have to. I don't mind it, but I mean, this is a problem because of software developers.
And let's say you own a business.
They made shopping pretty much online. They even made shopping online. You know, they really want you to go through their fucking matrix before you attain whatever it is you're looking for. You have to be subjected to software developer failure if you're doing anything in this world. Even if you go to the DMV or go down to a soda machine and buy a soda, you're still going to be dicked over by software developers. I bet my life on it.
PlayStation 1 games, because they're very expensive right now, especially when they get graded.
Even at the soda machine, the software developer will fuck you over somehow, I swear to God. They've written stealing into everything.
Much like any charity shop, you sell the case, and when you open it inside, some moron has already stole the fucking disc.
I used to do that a lot. I used to go to game stores, because I realized that, what is a PC game, a physical PC game in a game store? It's a piece of shit cardboard box with a plastic CD case with a fucking CD key on the case. So I would just open the cardboard box, steal the CD, and steal the plastic CDs, put it in my pocket basically, and leave. And back then they didn't put any tags on PC games. You know, they do now, but back then they didn't. So you'd be surprised how often people from my local game store would buy PC games and see that somebody just stolen the game. You know, just stolen the game right out of the box.
Do you know how many times that's happened?
I know, because I worked there.
By the way, I don't know if this is me like being an old head, like going around like thrift shopping and like, you know, like.
But I mean, they charge $50 for PC games even when I was 16 years old, you know. Kids don't have that kind of money.
You've only got one location. That's where Ty Lopez's Rev would swoop in.
Like, who are video games for? They're for kids. You know what kids don't have? Money. Why do you piece of shit thievery cocksucker software developers charge $60 to $90 for a modern video game just like you did all of my fucking life? Why do you guys steal from kids like that? Are you wicked? Are you having sex with them too? Why do you guys fuck kids so badly that it seems like you're fucking kids? Why? Why are video games $70? They were $70 when I was a kid, but they're still $70 40 years later. Nah, you can suck a dick, piece of shit, thievery, cocksucker software developers. You can suck a dick with that one. There's now 300,000 games every year or something like that. You couldn't possibly keep charging $70 for them, but you do. But you do. I don't care if they're AAA or not. You do. You charge between $40 and $70 for them. That is insane. How many video games come out every month and you charge $70 for every single one of them? That is insane. It is proof that you want the human race to be poor and just pay you for video games. It's insane.
Help you out to bring
Fuck video game developers.
your industry.
Fuck Hemrick. Fuck these fucking developers. They are the problem. They are the problem.
Much bigger market. Now, for this model, Ty Lopez actually managed to get some pretty big names, like for example, Radio Shack, which is a huge American electronics retailer, and that company's existed since like 1921. I mean, they used to be huge. At their peak, they had like 8,000 stores.
Yeah, they were really big.
Alone. And now, usually,
in the 90s,
calls about small streamers crying to them saying,
"Do you sell a Go XLR? I saw the streamer that I watch have one. Please, could I have it, please?"
And they actually also had a European branch operating under the name Tandy. However, because a lot of mismanagement, a lot of, let's say, trolling, Radio Shack actually had to file for bankruptcy. And who would have guessed? Ty Lopez! Here to save the day. He's basically like Omni-Man and Homelander, but none of the negative quality traits.
Yeah, right.
So
He's a
basically,
software
this company
developer.
Bought Radio Shack and then turned it into another e-commerce business. Basically, with companies like, for example, Amazon and eBay. I mean, let's be real. They're not going to compete with eBay and Amazon because Amazon is a terrifying monolithic giant.
Monopoly.
Colossi from Shadow of the Colossus. And eBay is full of mentally ill people that overcharge games they've been holding on to for 25 years. There were some other companies that got like absorbed into the collective consciousness of Ty Lopez as well, like for example Pier 1 Imports and Medell's Sporting Goods. Again, I've got no idea about these companies. I'm not American pilled, but I hope Medell's sells golf clubs because I've been playing through Bioshock 1 recently.
A man chooses.
A slave becomes an e-commerce business for Ty Lopez.
Yep.
So it sounds like in this video, I've done nothing but glaze Ty Lopez for how successful his business has been, you know, but not with the iShow Speed GIF. So there have been a lot of developments surrounding Rev and also Ty Lopez, who's operating, you know, this business. So Ty Lopez has been accused of the number one thing that all rich people that get rich way too quickly are accused of, running a Ponzi scheme. Apparently running it with this other guy called Alex Mir, who's also known for setting up this website called Zeusk. I looked into Zeusk, by the way. It's an online dating platform. Wow. I love these online dating platforms because it's like they can't compete with like Tinder or Hinge. They have to have some tagline. Like everyone on there's fat or something. Or they're a gay furry like Bark. Dude, the people on the website look AI generated. Dude, I'm looking at Zeus right now on Google Images. This is the most like 2010 website I've seen in my life. This reminds me of like the old Twitter logo. Remember like the little bird or something? Wait, am I being nostalgia baited by a dating platform? So they've been accused by the SEC or the Securities and Exchanges Committee, which was basically a company that was set up following the Wall Street.
Yeah, they always violate the SEC with their software development, fucking cringe ass, like whatever you call it, grift. They always violate the SEC all the time. That's what the movie Wall Street is about, is the Wall Street crash in the 80s due to like people buying ghost companies that are dying and just trying to flip them into something that like, you know, actually makes money, which is, you know, they were doing that to like blue chip airlines and stuff like this. They were flipping airlines and making billions of dollars, but they weren't actually producing anything. Like software developers don't produce anything really. I mean, they produce software, yeah, but they don't really produce, like, when you look at software helps the world, but it isn't actually like a product, you know, it's not an actual like physical I mean, it can be a physical product, but I mean, it's not really a real product that you can eat, that can benefit a living being. It can help you execute your life better, and it does, but it's not this real like tangible thing that is of value to humans. It's something that comes so much later. Computation is something that comes so much later past all the other problems that we have to face as physical beings. So by the time we get to software development, it's like corruption's just inevitable, because it's like at that point, you know, anybody providing that kind of thing to humanity, like computation, like Bill Gates or whatever, they're going to make a lot of money because we do need it, you know, but the problem is that causes terrible corruption. Causes the Lolita Express, stuff like that.
basically to stop people from manipulating the market and making money for themselves. Wow, they're really doing their job, aren't they? Like what happened like 6 months ago at a Hawk Tour doing a massive rug pull? Here at the SEC, we go after anyone manipulating the market. That is, unless you're a billionaire or you're funny.
Or a software
I think
developer.
The Hawk Tour girl is funny. My 7-year-old daughter thinks she's hilarious. Now, you know, Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing, these are all kind of like buzzwords that are thrown around a lot, and you know, they're meant to sound way more confusing than they actually are because stupid people like us, it goes over our heads. But basically, the online sphere in particular is a great way to scam people out of money. Here's a great example. I'm in Australia, right? I got an Australian SIM, so when I call someone, I don't have to pay $35,000. And within 1 week of getting a new SIM, I have had like 3 scam calls daily. Like, it's gotten so bad they don't even bother using humans anymore. They'll just use like a text-speech software being like, "You have £10,000 in undeclared funds. Please give me your bank account details so I can send them to you." I mean, obviously, a lot of these scams, you usually target the elderly because unfortunately they're not tech savvy, or influencers. Usually the influencers do also unfortunately profit from those schemes as well. So how does a Ponzi scheme work? I want you to click off this video today having learned something, okay? Because I know you consume a lot of slop. You probably watched Charlie's video where he said poopy butt chungus, and you watched Dolan's video where he's got
Fuck are you looking at, shithead?
voice and you need subtitles to listen to him. I want you to come away from this video having learned something. So what is a Ponzi scheme? So this comes from someone that has years and years of no experience in economics or marketing. So if I want a lot of money, I set up an investment company, and that's where I can double or even triple the money by just investing in it. So let's say a group of investors come along. They give me a little bit of their money with the promise that they'll get these huge, massive returns. Now, it's all going to plan. The problem is, I'm stupid. I can't actually double anyone's money or make them any more money, especially if they've invested such a massive amount. So what do? I reach out to another group of people and do the exact same thing. Promise them all of this money, this life-changing money. But that second group of people, I need to pass a speech check. Why? Because I need more of their money than the first group, because I need their money to pay back the first group's money. And then, of course, you know, I need some of that money for myself. So I'm going to keep a little tidy sum. So you see the problem, right? I take Group A's money, and then where's the money? I don't know. I take Group B's money, which is more. I use it to pay back Group A. And it is just this alphabet of constantly paying back people. You're basically artificially you're making the company... I don't know how to say. I can't think of a word. There's nothing. There's not. Wow. There's nothing. Large, no. Big, no. Expand, no. All right. I thought of a word. It's constantly increasing the profits in a very fraudulent way. And obviously, you know, people hear through the grapevine like, "Oh, this company's making so much money," when in reality, it's just using all of the funds to pay back the last people so they don't, you know, rat on me. So more and more bigger investors here, and then they start investing in you. But you're not actually making any profit. You're not making any real money. You're basically just shifting profits over to the last person and then pocketing a fair amount for yourself. Now, this sounds like a really good scheme, actually. Like, wait, why haven't I done this? I borrow 5 quid from you. I can turn it into 10 quid, sure. I'll go to my other mate, get him to invest 20 quid, and then I use the original 10 to actually, you know, give back to the first guy so he doesn't rat on me. This sounds like a great system. The problem is, word eventually does get around, and also you kind of run out of people to manipulate as well. And that's usually why in a lot of these cases, why people get exposed for these Ponzi schemes. And also the biggest fear for anyone running a Ponzi scheme, a lot of investors might get cold feet and pull out at the same time. So you're basically in negative money, and you still have to pay back the last people that you scammed. And in that case, you're probably like, for example, how Bernie Madoff did, and Charles Ponzi,
Madoff.
hence the name Ponzi scheme. So now I've explained that, how did Lopez and Mayer pull it off? So if you recall earlier in the video, I did talk about the fact that they would buy a lot of defunct and bankrupt companies. So what it turns out is they were basically lying to investors outright about how much these companies were making. So they'd buy like completely dead companies and then say to investors, "Oh no, bro, it's pulling in so much money. It was such a steal, bro. Like I don't even know how we did it. There were so many people bidding." But in reality, he was just bidding over like, you know, the last fillet of fish at McDonald's at like 4 in the morning. And obviously these businesses like being fire, they were dead or dying, and then they'd basically just, you know, use a little quick revive or a little revive syringe to basically turn it into an e-commerce business. And whilst these brands were making revenue, they actually weren't generating any form of profit, which means, unfortunately for them, they were flat out lying, and they knew they were lying to investors. Like, for example, Tony Soprano calls up and let's say,
listen, guys, I'm in a bad mood. I walked into my kid's room, and he's just browsing Reddit. It's this thing called Loser City. And then I got a call from my mom earlier, and she's like, boo-hooing and crying.
Oh, you never care about me, Tony. Just wait until I'm dead and they use CGI for me in season 3.
I just need to know that the money's good, right?
I do like how the Sopranos community, I feel that none of them have actually watched the show. They've just watched bits off TikTok. Do you know how many times I've been recommended that same clip of Tony Soprano?
I want that prick's face we sort of get.
But basically, when investors will call up and say, where's my money? I don't see any money in my bank account. They would then actually take it from other people. Like, for example, outside lenders, cash merchants, and even other investors, which is very illegal. It even says here, consequently, in order to pay interest, dividends, and maturing note payments, defendants resorted to using a combination of loans from outside lenders, merchant cash advances, money raised from new and existing investors, and transfers from other portfolio companies to cover obligations. So basically, when they realized they didn't have any money, they'd loan it from other people or go to a pawn shop and, I don't know, they'd pawn off, like basically their mother's jewelry or something at this point. Obviously, for there to be growth in an economy and to feed the glorious billionaires that run this planet, there has to be an increase in profits. And there weren't any. The money wasn't growing, it was just being shifted around while they pocketed some themselves. But it's really surprising that it seems that if this is true, the bubble didn't actually pop. No one snitched. The SEC just somehow caught them. Now, the thing is about Ponzi schemes, they do seem great, genuinely. Okay, I shouldn't be saying that. In a video game, Ponzi schemes sound great. I just think the scary thing about them is, looking into it, it's kind of like the mob. Once you join, you can never leave. Because, like, how are you going to leave a Ponzi scheme? Your investors are screwed. Like, you could pay them off, but then you'll always be paying off other people previously, and you won't be in any, I mean, you've been pocketing some money for yourself, sure, but it'd be nowhere near enough to pay back every single person that has invested in your company, because the people that you've taken the money off, you need to use that to pay the old people. So it's like, you make insane amounts of money, but it seems like you never actually get to leave until you get caught. So the SEC claim that they defrauded investors for around $112 million. That is like a 30-second ad placement in a Mr. Beast video. Well, I'm just going to say for Ty, I really hope he's got a lot of money in funds, man, and not in stocks, because, oh my God, that Lamborghini you were shilling, let's hope the bailiffs don't come for that. He's just there, and he's like, they're in my garage, and it's just like empty. There's just no car there.
But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge.
Now, you think out of 112 million,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
the Ponzi scheme, you only pocket a bit. You want to stay under the radar. They pocketed $16 million of investors' funds just for themselves. And then $5.9 million worth of payments were paid in a Ponzi-like fashion. Now, I would like to say this has not been confirmed yet. This is just what the SEC is accusing him of. Maybe he's been framed. Why would the man who was in his garage with a Lamborghini telling you to read a book once a day, why would he defraud people of money?
Why would he do that? Why?
I
Why?
think the problem is, as well, Ty is in a very bad situation, because it's like, if he's proven guilty, it's over. Because the worst thing you can do is make more money than billionaires. You basically get tried for second-degree murder.
Yep.
But then, even if he's found to be innocent, I feel like his reputation would definitely have been tanked somewhat as well because of all of this. So, Ty Lopez, if you're innocent, Godspeed. Buy yourself another Lamborghini.
Yep. Some form of software development abuse, I guarantee it. It's some kind of software manipulation, I guarantee it. That's like how they make most of their money. I know it's just software developers stealing. Oh yeah, we didn't watch the prototype one.
Everyone, will you have an announcement to make?
Give me money, mate, LMAO.
I have a very, very important announcement. So you might remember a very, very long time ago, we are going back into the era of when I used the fake deep voice.
How's it going, everyone? It's generic YouTuber 95 here.
There was a certain game that I really, really enjoyed. And if you're wondering, it's not Dying Light, it's the other one, Prototype.
Sit there and watch it with minimalist reactions to it.
Now, Prototype to me is a game that I absolutely love, and its sequel, even though the sequel isn't really as good, it came out in 2009. How horrifying is that to think of? And one thing I've noticed is a lot of people still love this game. They play it constantly. You know, I mean, the game is basically so old on like modern systems on the PC, you can barely get it to run. But you're still seeing videos being uploaded from like 3 months ago explaining how to get it working on modern systems. There is a huge cult following for this game. Now, I do want to say, I understand Fear and Hunger, that is still on the table. That is being worked on right now. I mean, a quick update with that as well. We are looking at getting a huge set designed as well. And then I will dress up as the 4 main characters. One of the main characters being a woman. So yeah, congratulations guys. You've done it again. There'll be another video out where I'm dressing up as a woman.
Hi guys, it's me. I'm streaming today.
Now, one thing I do tend to do on stream is mostly watching other people's content because unfortunately that is the meta. No, let me correct myself. I'll watch 5 seconds of the video, pause it, and then go into an unhinged yap fest for about 40 minutes, go on a bunch of side quests, and then probably watch 3 more videos in between. Oh my god, that literally had like the smallest... Hang on, I just had Chad call me. But one thing I actually haven't done in quite a while when streaming is recording footage for main channel videos. Like I said, Fear and Hunger, we're in the later stages with that. That should be out within the next couple of months. But so you don't have to wait 9 years for the next video to come out, I wanted to actually get ahead and start recording footage. Now, this is the special announcement because to the 7 or 8 people that actually watch me stream, I know I've moved to Australia. The times are a little bit scuffed right now. A lot of people become a member, which is, you know, when you click below, join, and then you pay me money every month. A lot of people have brought the valid question, what kind of benefits do we get? Yeah, you get Discord server access and, you know, you'll get some special Reddit gold chat where you get to mock at all the poor people. That's great. But I wanted to do something different. And a lot of people have mentioned to me, when are you going to do members only streams, which is basically a stream that you can only engage with or watch when you become a member. So I had the 200 IQ idea, and because I love money so much, to capture pretty much all the footage of Prototype from start to finish, 100% of the game in members only. Wait, what's this? He's sold out. Every stream's gonna be members only now. He just wants more money. I mean, the second part's true, yes, I love money, but this will only really be for capturing the footage for Prototype because I'll be honest, it's an amazing game. I love it, but I imagine that these streams, they're not really going to be super high energy. I'm mostly just going to be locking in, obviously engaging with chat on the side. So if you say something laugh out loud hilarious, it could actually make it into the main channel video. Because if you know, like for example, with Darkwood, what I tend to do is kind of do a split between me yapping about something, some edited memes, and then also a quick example of me reacting to something while actually streaming it live. So I thought this would be kind of I'm not sure why I'm putting my knee on the table, but anyways, I kind of looked at this as a way to benefit people that have become members on the channel because I've seen some of you and you've been members for like 36 months or something, and I do feel like you guys don't really have a lot to show for it. Now, to anyone that doesn't want to become a member, first of all, you're poor. Secondly, I totally understand. So obviously these members only streams aren't going to become the norm. I'm not going to start streaming and be like, I can make some more money.
I'm still formulating my thoughts on the Xbox Game Pass thing. So I have had a Game Pass Ultimate subscription since I got my Xbox Series X about 3.5, almost.
Jesus Christ! Well, no, I guess that would be like $400.
Subscription the entire time, and it has 100% been worth it to me personally. When I started off, it was like maybe $17 a month, and then over time it's risen to about, I think it's like $22 a month right now. Still 100% worth it. If you look at the amount of games I play on my channel on a year-to-year basis, if I had to guess,
you can't play this on Game Pass Ultimate. Get better frames. Just saying. These fucking bads. How do they play in 60 frames? Even I know it looks worse when it's been filtered through Twitch and then YouTube. I know it's worse, but it's still, you can see that he's playing in like 54 frames. You can see he's doing it. No, this guy is playing in like 54 frames. He does not have the frames on the screen because it would be this thing that people would troll him over. How are you pulling 60 frames per second out of New World? How are you even doing it? It's because you're playing on the PlayStation, huh?
So I
Yeah.
definitely get my money's worth.
No, he's playing on the Xbox. He's playing on the Xbox. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see it. He is on the PlayStation. He's on the PlayStation. Why are you playing New World? Don't you have like 60,000 subs? Why are you playing New World on the PlayStation? Do they pay you? Let's hope they do. Let's hope they do. Do they pay you to be that bad? Is this what I'm asking? It's like, Jesus Christ, man. How the fuck do you pull 60 frames per second in 2025? It's like you bads go out of your way. Why would you play New World over a PC? I said, why would you play New World on an Xbox over a PC? What, you like 60 frames? Are you bad? I think you are bad. You are bad. You're bad.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Drive active.
Autopilot, damn it. You guys are bad, huh? You're like bad. You're like on the PlayStation playing New World. You're so fucking bad. What are you, 12? I'm sorry. You guys do not deserve this 60,000 subs. I really fundamentally believe this. I don't think you do. As you play New World on PlayStation, I just don't think you deserve this. You have a nice personality or whatever, but you also aren't particularly good at MMOs. I can see from your frames. I can see the way from the way you move and from your frames that you aren't particularly good at video games. So how did you get 60,000 subs? Your old guy, old head personality? YouTube needs a change up here where you actually have to be competent now. I think you should have to be competent if you're going to make it in this scene. Oh, Eve almost crashed my computer when it warped for some reason. Did you crash? You did crash, huh? When I warp with DLSS, it like crashes, full crashes. See it? Like DLSS is good, but it crashes. Can I stop the client? No, it's crashed. God no. Hurry up, you. Damn it. I think I'm going to turn DLSS off. It constantly crashes all the fucking time. Two in the morning is a really good time to do faction warfare.
I did a brief look at things this morning, but I was having a lot of internet issues, so I didn't.
Yeah, you weren't having internet issues. You're bad. Who the fuck do you know talks about internet issues? You know, the last time I had internet issues is because there was only Wi-Fi access in the 2-year inpatient mental health facility that I lived in. There was only Wi-Fi and only brick walls. So the inmates in the 2-year mental health facility, they couldn't have internet because the internet couldn't go through the brick walls. Like, it literally couldn't. And so I disconnected all day, sometimes 30, 50 times a day, and probably about 5-10 times an hour, something like that. Every 5-7 minutes, you would disconnect. My MBPS was like, I don't know, 7, something like that. 7 on a cell phone, like 7. And I'm not kidding, like 7. But that's enough. That's actually enough to play online gaming like Rust and Fallout 76. It's not amazing, but it works. It is enough to play the game, yeah. And so brick walls in a inpatient mental health facility that you've been, I voluntarily went, but I mean, because of an involuntary situation where the system was trying to fuck me in the ass. But anyways, so yeah, I couldn't do anything about being in that situation for 2 years. I couldn't do anything about the brick walls. So yeah, I had 7 megabytes per second. That was the last time I mentioned internet issues. If you pay a fucking ISP, perhaps the ISP goes down from time to time. But I mean, like, why would they ever let you disconnect in the first place? Aren't they selling you, cable internet? And, and all this. And so when you, a person with 60,000 subs, talks about internet issues, I'm like, better get you some Starlink then. You're fucking bad. You guys are bad. You're bad. I don't like this guy, kind of.
Really in the right frame of
I'm just gonna let it go. All my personal biases and stuff. But it's just like weird. It's like weird that these people are successful. They're sitting there with 60 frames per second on a PlayStation talking about video games to non-PlayStation gamers. And it's like, how did you get famous? How did you do it? Were you just luck? It's just luck, I guess. The algorithm just picks some schmo, I guess, who can't get frames.
From my initial glance, and this is not my opinion of things, this is just my initial reaction without diving into things, because I need to dive in and do my due diligence. It looks like it's a great deal on the lower end for like the two basic essential, whatever, like the essential.
You are doing a fucking video for YouTube. Why is your sound so loud?
Package.
I don't need to hear you like skinning the bobcat. I've heard it a billion times. I don't need to hear it.
Base, I think, and whatever's like the mid.
Are you flagged? No, you're not flagged, and you're bad. You don't even have like 4 things on your bar because you're bad.
Know the names of them.
You can't afford food or what? A stack of food is like a gold, but you're sitting there with 40.
Those look really good.
How do you even get 40 food? I guess you probably just used the other 60. That makes sense.
Because now you're getting access to.
I forgot honing stones existed, but they're so fucking expensive.
PC games as well as.
Maybe I should buy 100 honing stones. I guess that is something that is like a little bit of an upgrade.
Xbox games. That's a great deal.
Yeah, I should just drop my wood chopping food out of my bar and put honing stones. The last time I bought 100 honing stones, I think it was like $7,000 or something.
Price hike to $30 for Ultimate.
Yeah, those things are like 70G a piece or something dumb.
My initial reaction, again,
which is insane. That's like every time you use one, you spend 100 gold. That's kind of insane. I mean, who's that rich? Not even like people who make the game are that rich, kind of.
My due diligence is that
I'm sitting on 80,000 gold right now, and I still don't think I can afford honing stones. You know, that seems weird. He is bad.
I don't really give a shit about any of the extras that I saw at first glance. I will have formulated thoughts.
Is there Game Pass changes coming? I didn't hear about this. Xbox Game Pass changes. Is that what's happening? Essential, Premium, and Ultimate plans. Standard subs will be upgraded to Premium, remaining at $15 a month, offering exceptional value for players who want flexibility. Plans and hikes. So starting today, Game Pass Ultimate will be priced at $30 per month instead of $20, a 50% increase. Jesus Christ. They're just trying to justify the price hike with a variety of upgrades across all of its Xbox Game Pass tiers. Xbox Game Pass Core is being rebranded to Xbox Game Pass Essential, and the standard plan is now Xbox Game Pass Premium. What's new for everyone across all 3 Xbox Game Pass plans is bigger game libraries, including PC games across each of the plans. They realize that NVIDIA GeForce Now is going to kick their fucking teeth in with just simple things like GeForce Now. Xbox has been fucking gamers in the fucking ass for so fucking long for so much money that when GeForce Now came along and kicked them in their fucking balls, now they have to compete with GeForce Now. So they're going to. They're the only people out there competing with GeForce Now either. Like in any real way. Like even Sony isn't competing with GeForce Now, so they realize that, oh my God, GeForce Now just doesn't give a fuck about raping kids for their fucking money or whatever. GeForce Now just actually supplies the content and actually lets you play games at 300 frames per second on new Blackwell infrastructure, video cards and stuff, right? And and they're like, oh, how do we compete with this? Well, we better do Game Pass too. We better do GeForce Now as well. But we're going to charge twice as much. Like, I just handed them $200 like 5 days ago. And then 5 days later, Xbox Game Pass changes their pricing. And I know why. It's because I'm not the only person who just shelled out $200 for Xbox GeForce Now. For GeForce Now. $200 a year. I'm shelling out $200 a year for GeForce Now, which is like buying a console almost. It's insane. Particularly because they won't slow me down. My frames right now are solid 120. Like, I don't know. I think you can go faster than that on this, but it wants to lock at 120, which is fine by me. 120 is a good set of frames, for 2K. Prime Gaming brand is being retired, but fear not, there are no changes to your Prime perks on Twitch. The Prime Gaming brand is being retired? What do you mean brand? Now, go back to what we were doing. Collapse, expand. Where were we? Go back. Go back. No. No. Manage your sub. Gift day sub. Very good. Look, like Twitch has died. You can like see it. There's the 1% of people still making money on Twitch are probably really happy. The other 99, they're getting like a follow once a month or something. It's insane. And I've been seeing this statistics too. I got in right at the end of COVID when it was just bound to die. This big boom, this gaming boom, it was bound to die, and it did. It like ended. It's interesting. Interesting time to be alive. I don't particularly care about Twitch either. It's kind of funny. I care that I stopped doing it, but that's about the extent to which I care about Twitch. Is like I care to not stop doing it. I want to keep doing Twitch because I've done it for so long. I don't want to stop. But I mean, that's the extent to which I care about Twitch. I don't care about follows. Like I've had my stats blocked for look, I've had my stats blocked here for like 2 years. I don't give a flying fuck what they are. I really don't. I don't care. I don't think my metric as to whether I'm a valuable streamer or not has anything to do with you guys. As crazy as that is. But I really don't think my value as a streamer is dictated by who watches me. I think it's just who I am. You know, I'm sorry, but I do really believe that. You turned the autopilot off for some reason. Or no, I guess I crashed. Yeah, I crashed. And the DLSS is causing me to crash. I don't want it anymore. DLSS is causing me to crash every 5 or so warps or something.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Maybe it's the VSync. I want the VSync off. That might be part of what it is. I don't really know. Turn the VSync off, though. Yeah, DLSS is crashing me. I know it is. I can't believe they're doing this. They're charging $30 a month. How much is the yearly? Is it like $300? They know that we would rather pay $300 a year for the complete access to their catalog as opposed to buying $60 games because the games aren't good enough. I can't believe that this can't be received well. I don't think I'm going to pay for Ultimate ever again. That's insane. For GeForce Now, I get it because it'll let you like run your own games and stuff, but Ultimate is like their choice of what games you play, not yours, you know?
Approaching Stargate.
Hogwarts Legacy, variety of Assassin's Creeds. I don't care about Assassin's Creed or Hogwarts Legacy. We're also giving access to more than 75 day one releases each year. That's a 50% increase over the day one titles we provided last year. Yeah, I could just do this, but
Autopilot
Xbox Cloud Gaming is also coming out of beta and getting 1440p resolution support and bitrate improvements for certain games on select devices. These cloud improvements are exclusive to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscribers. Finally, Microsoft's also reworking its rewards program. Ultimate subscribers can now earn up to $100 per year in the store just by playing games. Diablo 4 went to the Xbox today, which is just insane. So they want you to just play Diablo 4 for free on a controller, which I actually don't mind. I mean, in terms of RPGs on the console, Diablo 4 is probably the second best after New World. New World will be the best RPG on consoles. And then maybe Rust, if Rust on console is even good. I heard it wasn't, but maybe it is now. It would be Rust, and then New World, and then finally Diablo 4. So, and then of course Final Fantasy 14 are like the 4 really big RPGs in history that are basically free that are on console. And yeah, it makes sense that Diablo 4 is becoming like a big driving thing for Game Pass. That does make sense, yeah. I don't like the unholy union between Microsoft and Activision Blizzard. I think that's evil, like all the software developers. I think it's evil. But it's, you know, whatever. Call of Duty will not be on Xbox. Oh no, they will get Warzone though. But these are free games. In-game benefits in games like League of Legends, Call of Duty, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. This is a good change, but they're charging too much money. I mean, maybe it would be good to have unlimited cloud gaming.
Autopilot jumping.
I don't care about Ubisoft titles. That's the one set of titles I don't care about. Why do you guys keep acting like I care about that?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And they're just going to charge more money for everything, too. The Xbox Rogue Ally handheld is $1,000. Who's going to buy that? This is for kids, you idiot. The only people who play handhelds are kids. What kid has $1,000, you fucking shithead? Better lop $500 off of that. You're fucking dumb. The kids don't have $1,000 for handhelds. You're fucking stupid. I hate the mismanagement. You're so bad at software development. You're so fucking clueless. I hate you so much. I hate you, you fucking piece of shit software developers. You've ruined the fucking industry. You absolutely have ruined it. I hate you so much. Look at what you've done to us. Look at what you're doing to Xbox. You're so fucking bad at what you do. You just want Xbox to be this $200 a year thing. You ever consider that maybe people don't just... Kids don't have $200? You ever considered that, maybe? I'm just saying. Streaming is good.
Approaching Stargate.
This guy's complaining about the article itself. I just canceled my sub. We're in a fucking recession, and these a-holes want twice the money. Yeah, they fucking fuck them.
Autopilot jumping.
Getting an upgrade. You just want to... So they just want to kill the Xbox brand, I guess.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Article and kind of dig into what is, what really is.
I don't see a difference between... I don't need an Xbox anymore.
Autopilot jumping.
The offer.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive
When I saw
active.
the Fortnite thing, I was like, I don't really, my gut reaction is I don't really care that much about Fortnite, but I do approve of a strategic partnership with Epic, and that's one of the big things that's at stake. There is the beginning of a...
My God, look how bad the frames are for New World on the console. I had no idea.
Agreement with Epic
Why even play the game?
Does pretty awesome things with the Unreal Engine.
Because it's
and-
better than ESO. It's so much better than ESO. I know it is. All the people playing New World, I swear to God, are like ESO people who just know how bad the game is and aren't going to play it anymore. So they just go looking for something better and they settle for New World. That's what I kind of did.
Unreal games. There's a lot of cool stuff that you
Like I remember the fervor. I don't have this fervor anymore, and it saves me a lot of money, by the way. But I remember the fervor. I bought a laptop just for ESO. You know, Elder Scrolls Online. I bought a laptop, like a fucking $1,000 laptop, so I could play ESO with my brand new I bought a laptop, and I bought ESO, and I bought a controller. Just those three things. I remember it was like $1,140 or something. I was working as a taxi driver and I was like, I really want to be able to play an MMO on a controller when I'm stoned after a long, hard day of work. And I know that's, I know that that's what the gamers want. And so they go looking for it on ESO, but then they realize, as I did, that ESO sucks dick. So they just sit around and wait for another good RPG to come, and they waste their time on Overwatch or something like that, which is what I did in Fortnite. And then finally, New World comes to console like a year ago. And I mean, how long did that take you guys? Like a while. It took a while before there was like another good console MMO. Besides Final Fantasy 14 and ESO.
pipeline to there. There's also
And that's why he's playing on PlayStation, because it's just like the only good MMO on consoles anymore. Who the fuck wants to play Final Fantasy 14 anymore? It's 16 years old or something dumb. It is 16 years old. Like, it's a dead MMO in my opinion.
Riot.
It's not dead, but and sometimes it gets really big fervor around expansion releases, so they can, talk about continuing that shitty story that they all seem to care about so much. But that fucking shitty Final Fantasy 14 story, I'm sorry, I've been through it like 7 times or something. I don't like that fucking story. I couldn't pay attention to it. It was so goddamn boring.
The Riot stuff is getting included. So
Basically an anime done with crappy like 2010 computer graphics. It's just not too good.
There's a lot of perks that are getting added.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say Square can't design, because they can. But it's, their story wasn't good. And that's the only thing that draws people back into the expansions other than the new content, really. So, yeah, 14's dead. ESO's dead. New World's alive. But, I mean, look at the frame rate. It's still better than ESO, though. I mean, like, you know what these graphics remind me of is ESO.
Again,
This is kind of how ESO looks too. Oh no, what are we doing? What are we doing? Go.
Autopilot jumping.
What are we doing? What was this now?
Autopilot disabled.
Jump, bitch.
Warp drive active.
Fuck was that? It's like PvP is so shitty now. You're always AFK when somebody jumps you. It's just PvP is such worthless piece of shit gameplay now. I don't even know why they keep it in the game, frankly. I don't need to kill other human beings anymore. I really don't. When I was a young man, I had a bit of angst for the world, but I don't have that angst anymore. So I just don't care about killing other human beings. I just don't care about that. Sorry. Now, I don't know if he's here. He might be here. I'm a little scared to do this. Yeah, he could have been here. But I don't know if he knows where I'm going either. I should probably hide that. Oh. Nice. So, we are sending stuff to the alt. We are selling stuff.
fully read through things.
I'm going to caffeinate. I'll be right back. fucking love Bang Energy. 3 swallows and you're on your way to the moon. 300 fucking 300 fucking milligrams of caffeine in each can. So yeah, like 2 swallows, it's like drinking 2 coffees. It's like not that much. It's like a coffee. It's like drinking 2 swallows. No, it is like having 3 coffees. 2 swallows is like 3 coffees now. It's insane.
All I really care about is, am I still going to get the value? And I probably will.
Yeah, you probably will. When you see some of the new games coming. Like every time the new game comes and it just comes out on the Xbox on that Games Pass thing, if you're paying $300 a year, you'll be happy, trust me. They're going to give us new games this year. Even this year, they're going to do it. I don't even know what all's coming, but there is a couple more games coming at the end of the year.
Deal for me because I pretty much play a game.
Yeah, we're like pretty much exactly 3 months from New Year's. So yeah, there's like a few more games coming.
I play at least a couple of Game Pass games every month, so I'm getting my $30 worth for sure. Am I happy about the price?
No.
I mean, nobody's happy about a price hike ever. The question is, all of the extras going to be worth it to the people who don't do content creation for a living?
No.
Because for me, it's a tax deduction. It's not going to be a tax deduction for the vast majority of people.
Why are we watching you chop trees? Like, but this is a YouTube video. I mean, I get it, but I mean, I get that for streaming, but I don't get it for like a YouTube video. Spedicy. Your name, you look terrible. Those earrings look terrible. New Force Gaming, Locher episode, 700 years old, yet still naive. Yeah, yeah. NCSoft is cooked. Aeon 2 by Canon. TikTok banned me. The CIA Mafia legend. The new Nor Jasmine. New Force Gaming. Let's do that stuff. That's fine. Like you're in the middle of like, okay, you got 1,000 views on this video. Why are you chopping trees in the middle of this YouTube video? It makes sense for somebody like me who's putting like 14 hours of content on their channel every single day. It doesn't make sense for you, a person with 60,000 subs, to be sitting there chopping trees in the middle of this fucking video that you're getting like 1,000 hits on. That doesn't make sense. It's like you're trying to copy you're like trying to copy my execution. But you're not a long-form content creator. He's like checking his phone. It's YouTube, you idiot. You should have ended the video like 60 seconds ago. It's frankly starting to annoy me. Maybe I don't want you to recommend this guy anymore. He seems kind of bad. We're going to unsub. I don't often do this, but this guy, he seems fucking bad. I'm terribly sorry. You do seem bad to me. I'm sorry. Like your frames, the console that you're playing on, the fact that you're talking about being a content creator, but then you're talking about tax. Like, I'm sorry, but content creators, if they're actually cool, they don't talk about tax write-offs, you fucking idiot. They're not old fucking fogey men like you. Like real content creators, they don't talk about how they're going to run their Xbox Games Pass subscription on a tax return. Like, I'm sorry, but you know, like a tax, tax rebate like that. I'm sorry, but that's the sort of shit you talk about in the steel industry. This is the content creator industry. You don't really belong here.
They were at www.den.net.
A company called Digital Entertainment Network thinks
tax write-offs on a fucking Xbox Game Pass subscription. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh, I need to move. I don't know why I'm not moving. Move. I best just turn the autopilot on. I'll die if I don't. Just get me out of here. Get me out of here.
The next big thing.
Check it out. It's Mr. X to the Z exhibit on deck.
Oh, yeah. This is when we stopped. I was like, I want to hear Exhibit. And then I listened to music last night, didn't I?
Spank your mind. Peace.
I love Exhibit, yeah.
.net. Spank your mind. Spank Your Mind with Dan. You're watching Hip Hop Massive on Dan. Spank Your Mind.
Hello. I am the instructor. Most people don't want to believe evil exists. And these are my boys. They don't look like much. Wait till I get through with them.
What?
Yeah.
Can I get a dip ID like Larry Link hold on pissed off overall and you're watching dead. Something like that. Freestyle it.
What?
Yeah. This is the Metal Militia. You're watching some internet thing.
This is Metal Militia. You're watching some internet thing.
The global youth audience.
It's great. Crew's wonderful.
Nope. As I sign up for $200 to GeForce Now, you guys are late to the fucking. You're late to the gate as usual. I'm not going to fucking support Xbox any longer. You seem to think Diablo, Fortnite, and fucking like WoW are gonna save you, and I'm terribly sorry. I played all those games way too much.
I get to learn some martial arts.
I'm fucking done with Xbox. They like you don't even have Borderlands 4 on the game subscription. What the fuck is this? No.
Autopilot
Jump!
Autopilot disabled.
Fucking idiot. Go.
Warp drive active.
You can't catch me. You can't catch me. You worthless piece of shit. You can't catch me. Me. Bye. Worthless piece of shit. Fuck you.
I already know.
You can't catch me. Me. You can't even catch an autopilot. You're fucking bad. Go be a piece of shit to someone else, you fucking PvP cocksucker.
It's wonderful.
Like that's how I feel about PvP now. Is it's basically like these people, they're not too good for the community, so I treat them with disdain. Like fuck PvP people. They just want to gank you when you're AFK. That's their whole reality now. I don't really like them at all. Fuck them. Like I'm going to faction warfare in particular because usually I can avoid them, you know? Like it's one of the places you can do like make PvP money without actually PvPing. So I'm going to faction warfare just because I can avoid them there, like pretty much.
You got a very good way of getting his way.
Ben Savage visits Mark Colin Richter's home. Ben Savage. Isn't that the guy who did Wonder Years? No, that's Fred Savage. Who is Ben Savage? I don't remember. Did you grab his ass? You did. You grabbed his ass. No, yeah, it kind of really did seem like you grabbed his ass. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just saying. Maybe I should turn off the low sec warning. It seems to be like kind of getting me killed, sort of. Whatever.
Is that Jay? Come here, Jay. Drill me on camera.
That's great, and I'm so thrilled that we have people focusing on the 14 to 24-year-olds out there.
I love Nora Jasmine.
Today, I want to talk about DEN, Digital Entertainment Network. Why am I talking like this? You know, when you hear about powerful people in Hollywood that are very interested in young boys and not in a good way. You know what I mean? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah,
people
I gotcha.
that I will be discussing and
Rich people. If they're rich, they like little boys. Or little girls. We don't really know why. But yeah, if they're rich, they tend to like children. We don't really know why. Is this something in the rich water? It must be something in that rich water supply. Because they all seem to like children. It's fucking weird. Consult Donald Trump and Bill Gates if you don't believe me.
not accusing of anything. They're not only powerful, they're not only very rich, but they're litigious as fuck. So I think
the skull does
should
look cool.
Probably just go ahead and put this on from jump. I'm gonna do what I always do on my channel, which is what? Giving you the facts and then discussing the theories. And then you know what? You know what's the best part? You decide for yourself. That's amazing. Do that, please. Because I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm telling you what I found. And then we can talk, we can speculate. It's a free country. Last time I checked. Now let's begin, because let me tell you, this shit is crazy. So the whole thing started with one particular creepy man. And his name is Mark Collins Rector, except that's not actually his real name. And the thing about him is nobody really knows much about him. He's very mysterious. He like showed up on the scene in LA with millions and millions of dollars and just a very suspicious backstory. And it's giving, you know what it's giving? It's giving secret agent Maya. When people were doing investigations into him, like journalists, and they were asking all the people about who this guy is, you know, what's his backstory? It's like they got all these different stories that were conflicting, like his age. He said he was in his late 20s. Turns out he was in his 40s. He said he went to UCLA and studied computer science. UCLA was like, we don't know who this person is. We do know that in the 80s,
I'm gonna turn the lights
started
on.
a business, and it was quite successful. He was really good at like techie innovation. And so he started this company that was a quote electronic travel company that allowed you to coordinate cruises and tours online. And this did very well until he got competition from the airline industry and he went bankrupt. So he started another company in 1991. And this one would be a very, very successful. And it was called Concentric Research.
Concentric Network Corporation, which was one of the very first internet service providers.
Enabling users to avoid long-distance charges when dialing into electronic bulletin boards. And think of electronic bulletin boards as like a precursor to chat rooms. Mark loved bulletin boards. You know, when like you're 13 and you're in a chat room and you're talking to a creepy old guy, that's who he was. On these bulletin boards is where he found all the boys whose lives he ruined, including this kid called Chad Shackley. At this point, Mark is in his 30s and Chad is 16. And Mark tells Chad, I have this idea and I think you should join me, join the company. Chad agrees. He drops out of high school, and when he's 16 years old, he moves in with Mark, who is again in his 30s. The thing is, Mark is never satisfied. So even though he has this 16-year-old boy who's living with him, who sweat, because they would end up becoming a couple, he still wanted more. So he goes on these bulletin boards again, and he finds a 13-year-old boy this time. This 13-year-old boy is in New Jersey, and they start chatting. Mark's username, by the way, when he was doing this was Cyber Poet. He did the same thing with this boy that he did with Chad. He's like, I have this company, why don't you come work for me? But instead of having him move in full time, he would fly him out to come work part-time as like a customer service agent and then go back home. And the kids' parents, they didn't really know the extent of what was going on. They thought it was like maybe a summer job or I don't know what. It was very murky. But keep this in your mind for later, because eventually the parents are going to find out. This goes on for a few years. Now it's 1995. Chad and Mark, they're a couple. They both own this company, and they decide to sell most of their shares for millions of dollars, but they still have some shares. After that, the company gets acquired for like almost $3 billion with a B dollars. So the shares that they still had, they exploded. So they end up getting way, way more money. And so they decide, okay, we're going to get this huge luxury RV and we're going to travel around the United States and we're going to figure out where we're going to buy our dream home. And then they end up in Encino and they buy this mansion, which would become known as the MNC Estate, which stands for Mark and Chad Estate. It was 1.5 acres. The home itself was 12,616 square feet. It had a movie theater, pool, and aquariums, plural. He started to become known in Hollywood for throwing these parties, and they're very niche parties. They're aimed at Hollywood A-listers and executives who are gay men. Very specific. Enter into the scene Bryan Singer. Bryan Singer is currently a openly gay A-lister in Hollywood. Just like Mark's backstory, the relationship and how it started between Bryan and Mark is also murky. Nobody really knows like how they met and everything. All we know is that a bunch of people said on the record to journalists that they are very close friends. Here's an interesting fun fact that I found out. Early in his career, he made a short film called Lion's Den. And I thought that was interesting considering the company's called Den and whatever. Ethan Hawke, the thespian, was in Lion's Den, a short film by Bryan Singer. They apparently were, like, friends from childhood.
10,000 LP
Lion's Den,
for
short
60
film, was
seconds.
the catalyst that would eventually get Bryan Singer the funding to make his first movie that was huge, known as The Usual Suspects. This is a movie starring
Wow,
Kevin
he made
Spacey.
The Usual
Kevin Spacey won
Suspects.
an Oscar for this movie. The movie itself got 2 Oscars. This really put Bryan Singer on the map. And then from there, he
was
ended
a
up doing
publisher?
X-Men movies, became a very, very well-known director in Hollywood. One of the lines in the movie The Usual Suspects, which is delivered by
5
Kevin
minutes?
Spacey, by the way, who has his own accusations, but whatever, that's all. We're not
5
going there.
minutes.
I got
Son of a
Cruise
bitch.
here.
I'll have to go
Is
dock
this
up and
quote,
wait.
"The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist." And then later on, when Bryan Singer was doing an interview and they were asking him about The Usual Suspects and stuff, he said, "One of the things I like most about movie making, that sense of power, manipulating an audience." Interesting. So now it's 1997. Mark and Brian are friends. They both have mansions. They're both gay, and they both love to party. They're both known for throwing these parties with boys that are quite young. In 1997, the same time that Mark bought this home is when Bryan Singer was filming his next movie. That was the one right after The Usual Suspects, and it was called Apt Pupil. This movie that he's directing is being filmed at a middle school just outside of Los Angeles.
Really?
In Altadena. There's a new person who enters the scene, and his name is Victor Valdivinos. He's a 13-year-old boy who attends this school. He shows up to school one day and he notices there's like a whole ass production going on, like trailers, crew walking around, filming equipment. And he's like, "Oh my God, are they filming a movie at my school? Amazing." And whatever. He just like went and continued his day. Then he says he went to the bathroom, and as he's at the urinal urinating, he feels something,
Ugh.
you know? And it's like, what the? He turns around and it's a 30-year-old man by the name of Bryan Singer watching him urinate. According to Victor, Bryan says, quote, "You're so good looking. What are you doing tomorrow? Maybe I could have somebody contact you about putting you in this movie." So Victor tells his dad, the director of this movie that they're filming at my school, he told me that, you know, he might want to put me in the movie. And so the dad was like, "Oh, this is so cool. My son could be an actor." So the day comes where Victor is going to be in this movie. So his dad drops him off at the locker rooms in the school. And he goes in there. And he says as soon as he gets in there, a crew member comes up to him and tells him, "Take off all your clothes, put on a towel," like, you know, as if you're in the locker room. And so he does. So now he's naked just with this towel on. He's 13 years old. And then he says Bryan Singer shows up. And this is the quote. He says, "I'm hanging out. All of a sudden, Bryan comes in. He goes, 'Hey, how are you?' Real cheerful." And I'm like, "Hi." I can't remember his exact words, but he was kind of saying, kind of grabs me, and he takes us to the back area, which was kind of closed off. They're doing their stuff over there, and I was back there in the towel with no shirt and no clothes on, sitting on one of the locker room benches. Bryan's like, "Just hang out here. It's going to be all day. Don't worry." Victor said he's left in this locker room alone for like hours, and every so often, Bryan would come in, allegedly, according to Victor. Allegedly, he would come in and it would start slow, right? At first, he was just touching his chest and then, you know, saying, "Are you good? Is everything okay? All right." And then pop back out. As it goes on, he starts to escalate. And it gets to the point where he reaches his hand into the flap of the towel. And according to Victor, this is the quote. Okay, he said he grabbed my genitals and started masturbating it and rubbed his front part on me. He did it all with that smile, saying, "You're so good looking. I really want to work with you. I have a nice Ferrari. I'm going to take care of you." I was frozen, speechless. The thing is, there are more allegations about what happened on the set of Apt Pupil. There's a main character in the movie. He's a young kid who was 14 at the time, an actor named Brad Renfro, and his story is tragic too. And there's a shower scene in the movie. So the crew and people on the set said that these young actor kids who were minors should be fully naked in this shower scene. So lawsuits were actually filed against Bryan Singer and the crew, saying that they bullied these minor boys to strip naked to film these shower scenes. The reason that they sued and did not press charges is because when they tried to press charges, the Los Angeles, if I could say Los Angeles, that would be nice, district attorney's office declined to press charges. And now I need to interject. I got a new prop. Oh my God. This is another side quest rabbit hole that I found, and it is about the LADA with regards to SA. It is really a lot that if I put it in this video, it's going to be too much and it's going to take us off track. They have the worst track record when it comes to charging powerful people in Hollywood when it comes to these specific
pillows
types
are
of
driving me
allegations. They
crazy.
also have a very corrupt history. They have a history of bribery. The rabbit hole goes deep, and I can't get into it right now. So I'm going to put it on my Patreon. Also, Patreon doubles as my legal fund. If you want to support me, this video is not sponsored. But anyway, just know that they have a track record that's not great when it comes to this stuff. Back to what I was saying.
get
So the LADA
sued?
declines to press charges.
Why are you in a
So they end up
hotel?
suing them. They took a settlement. Around this time and for years to come, Bryan Singer is going to develop this reputation for having these wild parties at his mansion, just like Mark and MNC Estate, and that the boys who come to these parties are very, very young. So again, not my words. I'm going to read you
allium
quotes
in this
'cause
tree.
allegedly, I'm reading a quote. You know what I'm saying? A friend of Singer's recalls attending one of these parties when he was in his early 20s and Singer was in his early 30s, and being shocked by how young many of the guests looked. It felt like a high school party, the friend says. He remembers wondering, how did all these boys get here? Where are their parents? Ben was one of the boys at those
I'm
parties.
gonna go look at the
He
dailies.
too asked the Atlantic to withhold his real name. His family had kicked him out when he was 16, and he met Singer soon after, through a friend and a housemate of Singer's. He says he was passed around among the adult men in Singer's social circle. Ben describes Singer
Ugh.
as someone who liked to cross boundaries. He would stick his hands down your pants without your consent, Ben recalls. He was predatory in that he would ply people with alcohol and drugs and then have sex with them. So around this time, something happens, and that is Bryan Singer finishes Act Pupil, and he's going to start directing X-Men. Also around this time, he invests in Den, which is Mark and Chad's startup called Digital Entertainment Network. Okay, this was the
Well, I
precursor.
guess it's
This was
faster to kill
YouTube
myself.
before
Never
YouTube
mind.
existed. Den was Netflix before Netflix existed. Like, Mark was ahead of his time. He was coming up with these ideas that were genius, truly. And the problem is the diddling, allegedly. Not only was Bryan Singer an investor in Den, but he was a regular at these parties that were thrown at the MNC estate, which is also where a lot of the filming and production and work for Den was done. So instead of saying MNC estate, so I don't confuse you, I'm just going to say Den estate to refer to that same home, that mansion in Encino with Mark. So Den estate is the same as MNC estate, okay? This is also when Mark changes his name because he wasn't known as Mark Collins Rector. Before that, he was known as Mark Rector, and the Mark was with a K. Now he changed it to Mark with a C. Whatever, tiny detail, thought I'd mention it. Also, it's not just Mark and Chad anymore. There's a third person involved in what can only be described as a throuple. This third person is a kid by the name of Brock Pierce, who was a child actor and a pretty famous one. I've actually watched the movies that he was in. I was a big fan. When I saw the thing, I was like, I know this kid. He was in Mighty Ducks, the first one, and even the second one. He also
liked
was in
Mighty
First
Ducks.
Kid, that kid who's kind
I
of
remember that
autistic. He
kid.
was
Yeah, I remember
16
this
years
kid. I
old.
remember the Mighty Ducks. Yeah.
The same age that Chad was when he brought him over.
Mighty
They're
Ducks was a good
all
movie.
running this new company. An early employee of Den said this. One early senior level Den employee remembers asking why so many teenage boys were on the payroll and being told that they did computer work. The employee also recalls attending a company party and seeing teenage
NDAs.
boys filing into a movie theater in the Encino mansion. The employee tried to go inside but was stopped by a bodyguard who said, "Kids only." The employee asked a colleague
this is a long
what was
one.
going on, and he said that he had seen some of it and that it was definitely corn, if you know what I mean. Starts with a P. The kids were all laughing and eating candy, but we were totally not allowed into that room. ew. So remember Mark and the damn bulletin boards, chat rooms things. He was still additionally going on these chat rooms and trying to get more boys. So now Mark is, by the way, 37. And he's talking to this kid who was 13 and, sorry, 14. The other one was 13, this one was 14. Does it even matter at this point? And this 14-year-old kid, let's call him Andy. It's not his real name. Andy lived in Las Vegas. He's on this chat room and he's talking to Mark. And Mark is telling him, I'm this big time, executive. And then all of a sudden there's this like fancy car in front of his apartment building. And he tells his mom, like, oh, this is a work opportunity. This guy has a company. He's offering me a job. Like, that's always how he pitched it. And the thing is, this kid, Andy, his mom was a single mom and his dad was a deadbeat. And so the mom was actually happy thinking her son got a male mentor, father figure type thing. Okay. And so she trusted him. Right, so this is that grooming shit. So this car picks Andy up, brings him to the casino. Mark is there, and he's spending all this money, like high roller type shit in Vegas and everything. And they end up hanging out until the wee hours of the morning, where according to Andy, they had oral sex at the end of the night. Remember, he is 14 and Mark is 37. From that moment on, Andy says that Mark would not leave him alone. And that's the thing with Mark. Like, he was super generous with these boys, like spending money and getting them things they couldn't have even dreamt of. Now, remember how I told you about Bryan Singer in that movie and what happened with that kid, Victor, allegedly, and the lawsuit from the kids in the shower scene. This is all going on at the same time that Andy and Mark are meeting. Mark tells Andy, hey, I'm going to fly you out to come visit me in LA and stay with me. So he does. And guess where Mark takes him? He takes him to the set. Come look at my friend Mark. My friend Bryan Singer is the director. Do you want to go on a movie set and do all this? And that's how Andy met Bryan Singer. Again, I'm going to read you a quote because I'm not making this up. These are facts, okay? These are things that are already published.
They're in the court case.
So it says, Collins Rector arranged for Andy and his family to visit the set of Apt Pupil. They were filming this scene where Ian McKellen's character puts the cat in the oven. Andy recalls, it was really weird because the cat was the most lethargic thing in the world. So they're trying to make it seem like he was afraid, picking it up and spinning it around. The cat didn't do shit. A source who worked on the movie confirmed this description of the cat's behavior.
But suicide doesn't drop your
Collins
stats, huh?
Rector took Andy on a Rodeo Drive shopping spree, and then he and Andy had sex. It was Andy's first time. It gets worse. Andy then talks about how he ended up going to Bryan's house. Remember how I told you in this movie Apt Pupil, the star was a 14-year-old actor named Brad Renfro. This is where he comes into the story. Again, this is a quote. One night, Andy, now 15, got to talking with Singer, who led him away from the other men in the living room of the Benedict Canyon mansion. That's Bryan Singer's mansion. And up a flight of stairs. First room on the right, top of the stairs, Andy says definitively, as if making the walk all over again. His description of the mansion matches its layout based on photos that were posted online when it was for sale. Inside was a waterbed. He says he and Singer had talked about what grade he was in. Bryan knew I was 15, he says. Singer would have been about 31. As Andy tells it, he and Singer weren't alone in the bedroom. Singer had brought along Brad Renfro, the star of Apt Pupil, who was now 15. According to two sources, Singer sometimes referred to Renfro as his boyfriend. Renfro sat sheepishly next to the waterbed, looking unsure of what to do, while Singer and Andy fooled around. Clothes came off, but Renfro didn't move. I remember wanting Brad to join in, Andy says. I don't think Brad was gay, or even bi. I think he was going with the flow. We talked about it. Like me, he looked around at all of the things these guys had, all of the money. Maybe he thought the guys were going to do things for him.
Yep.
Brad Renfro died of a drug overdose in 2008.
Brad died of a heroin overdose?
And this is a recurring theme you're going to see here. A lot of these boys would end up getting into drugs. Their life spiraled out of control. And it just became one thing after another. They would lose their job. They would start doing illegal stuff to make money, and they would go to jail, and then it would get like spiral. And before that, their lives were totally normal. A lot of the people who tried to discredit, what these boys said would point to that, like their drug use after the fact, their criminal history after the fact, when to me, that's more of a sign of that shit really happened and it fucked them up. But it's like, oh no,
Yeah,
we
they
we're
don't normally
interested,
become
but
like drug
I
addicts on
like
heroin unless they've had bad
calm
stuff in their past.
titillation. Now there's another kid, and his name is Eric. Eric. He was
Yeah.
brought in by a friend to these den parties at Mark and Chad and Brock's home. There's a specific sort of Epstein-y type of recruiting method here. If they were, quote, too old, then they would be pressured to bring in younger friends to be passed around, as they said, by all these adults, which we'll get into later, were the investors allegedly of Den, all of them. And the names are really powerful names. So allegedly, because I'm going to name what people say, but again, allegedly. Whoa, here comes a really nasty thing that a lot of them repeated, which is this rule that they had at the Den mansion, which is you cannot use the pool unless you're naked. Like, sorry, those are the rules. And so imagine, right? You can't use the pool unless you're naked. So they get naked and they jump in the pool, and then
Oh, I
who
forgot
knows
to do
what's
the
happening
dailies.
underwater.
God damn
You
it.
can't really see very well. Eric, he says he was at these den parties at the time when Bryan Singer was dealing with the lawsuits from the kids about the shower scene with the movie app Pupil, and that Bryan would mock the lawsuit and he would put on this Southern lawyer's accent. He said he imitated a Southern lawyer. Mr. Singer, please tell the court exactly, did you or did you not put your hands on that boy? Mr. Singer, answer the question. I'm sorry for that impression, but you know, I really can't help myself when it comes to accents. So he says later in the evening, Eric says he and Singer got to flirting in the hot tub. Just so you know, I'm 31, Singer said. Just so you know, I'm 17, Eric responded. He says they had sex that night. Some boys say they were forcibly, forced into it, and then some boys just say we had sex. That's the difference between R word and statutory R word. Correct? Then you put in the whole dynamic of the coercion and the drugs, and people saying they were drugged, either like given and pressured to take them, or some of them say they were actually just like some shit was put in their drink. Apparently there were like roofies found at the place. We don't know the level of coercion here, but in any case, even if they were quote unquote willing, it's still statutory R word. And you know that. They're telling you that's their age. Then factor in the power dynamics and all that shit. I mean, come on. But again, this is all alleged. Fitting in with the theme, Eric becomes an alcoholic after this and his life spirals out of control. He's in recovery now. He ends up going to AA meetings all the time. And he says, quote, there's a bunch of us. It's like you were one of Singer's boys. Me too. Then is on the rise, the actual company. Let's talk about it. Number one, their slogan was called Spank Your Mind.
www, also known as www.den.net. Spank your mind. Spank your mind with Den.
You're watching Hip Hop Massive on Den. Spank your mind.
So now let's talk about the investors, because this is really fucking weird. I found this article from 1999, and the title says this: Money for nothing. Den pays execs big for no revenues. They got an insane amount of funding, and then the funding itself was not spent in the way typical startups use this type of funding. The article talks about how bizarre this is, how everyone in the industry is talking about it, how even the amount of funding they're getting didn't make sense because at this time, only 2% of US households had the high-speed internet that was required to stream videos without it buffering. Also, randomly, as I'm looking into this high-speed internet fact and something, I found this fucking Enron video. Remember Enron with the whole scandal? Where they partnered with Den.
It's a 3-year contract with them.
Emron.
By the megabit.
Oh my god.
Digital Entertainment Network, which was established 3 years ago, is the first company of its kind to be producing original entertainment, and with a partnership with Enron and its broadband capabilities, and Enron's delivery system is going to play a big part. Without Enron services, our customers today get delivered video in a start and stop fashion, and it's not a very good experience. So the most important thing, delivery of the content to the customer, is getting it there without interruptions. Den chose Enron to deliver the content. Den is very happy to be with Enron. That's great, and I'm so thrilled that we have people focusing on the 14 to 24-year-olds out there.
It says the top 4 execs will pull down a combined $3.7 million a year, not including stock options, warrants, bonuses, and advances. The unheard of salaries and bonuses at the money-losing website have got Los Angeles insiders buzzing. The highest paid honcho at the company is President David Newman, a former NBC executive who was the president of Walt Disney Network Television from 1996 to 1998. David Newman, who is the president of DEN, is going to get $1.5 million a year pay, a $1 million bonus, and options to buy more than 500,000 shares. Now, let me tell you about David Newman. His backstory. This guy is very, very, very powerful and influential. In the 80s, 1983 to 1984, he was a White House fellow in the Office of Cabinet Affairs for the White House for President Ronald Reagan. He was part of the NBC programming department. He was vice president of the comedy development for shows like Golden Girls, Alf, A Different World, Cosby, Cheers, Facts of Life, Silver Spoons.
Are all the television executives pederasts?
Among others, in 1989,
Nickelodeon had a
he
bunch
was the
of them.
principal and executive producer for 20th Century Fox.
Because it is a
From
place you could
1996
easily
to
meet
1998.
kids without
He was
being
president of
questioned.
Walt Disney Television and Touchstone Television.
Yeah, if there was like a place that pedophiles would hide, I would think television executive would be one, because nobody questions you if you're around kids, if you're a television executive, right? It's all part of your job. It probably is basically the best. It's one of the reasons why probably Donald Trump was a television star. Is frankly, or I don't know, it's weird. You can't really make that assumption, but after we know what we know about Donald Trump, it's weird. He did, remember before Robin Williams died, in one of his we heard this the other day, in one of his stand-up routines, he was like, didn't Donald Trump have like all of these Miss Universe pageants, and he just produced all of them, so he bragged in public about how he could freely walk into the back of them, with no problem, walk right into the dressing rooms. And he was like, isn't that kind of I remember the joke, because it's a funny one, isn't that kind of like Michael Vick owning a bunch of pet stores? And it is. Somebody's coming, and that's not too good. I'm trying to stay away from you. I don't want anything with you. Did he come after me? No. He looked like Darth Vader from the distance. I had a weird Darth Vader like horror response to that guy. I was like, what's that thing? It's like a bog wraith or something. Because it was like this dude at the edge of my vision in full black with a big black cloak, and it was like, Darth Vader. It's like, that was my response to it. I was like, some kind of bog wraith, but it was just a human. This game is so weird. Just saying. I mean, I've had that in real life before. I'm like, that dude over there in that weird cloak, in the dark, is kind of creepy. You ever had that before, where you just look over and there's some dude there? You're like, yeah. Yeah, the dailies sucked. I don't feel like doing combat in this game. I just want to keep getting money until combat makes a point. There's a point to the combat again. I kind of want to make so much money that I unlock all of the fucking slots or whatever. Every one of these is going to require 500 gold, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. It's like 7,000 gold or something. It's like 7,000 gold to unlock mastery. That is insane. I can't think of any other game where they charge you money to level. But it keeps the scrubs out. One of the reasons he makes it keeps the scrubs in, really. But one of the reasons he does this, what about these muddy slimes? They're like 35. Okay. One of the reasons he makes mortals so shitty hard, not hard, but just unforgiving. It's like an unforgiving game. It's not hard per se. It's more like the odds are against you, kind of like Rust. The odds are sort of against you too. At any given point, a wolf could just spawn and aggro you. Pretty much anywhere anywhere on the server that happens too. Oh, wait, no, this is not where I'm going. Wait, where does that go? Is that the way in towards Rebeo? Is that really, like, where does this go? I didn't even know this was here. Wait, is this a QSC like entrance? I didn't even know this was here. See, I've been playing this game 23 years and I didn't even know this was here. How is that right? Oh, I can go into QSC here like faster than going all the way down into the L-shaped thing. Cool, I didn't know that, but is it a dead end? Oh no, this is Koroloka Tunnel. Oh yeah, this is where Koroloka comes out. I've been here many times. I'm like, wait, I didn't know this was here. Right. The other end of Koroloka. I should have known, but I'm like kind of fuzzy. You know, I just woke up.
Oversaw shows such as Home Improvement, Ellen, and
yeah, like, so if there was like a job that Pederast would take, it would be like TV executive, TV actor, or like publisher, I would think. Or not publisher, but casting. Casting would be one. I think that, you know, it's weird, and I think those jobs attract weird predators, which is so weird. It's so weird. Like, you know, it's weird. Why television?
Boy Meets World. And speaking of Boy Meets World, I'm about to...
You know, Boy Meets World, I always had a really fucking issue with... I had a really weird issue. They sexualized Topanga. To the point where I've heard rappers like Little Dicky make a joke about it, like, you know, like the 16-year-old version of Topanga, you know, or whatever, like making like a weird like Chomo joke on his Dr. Dre song. Like Little Dicky did a song with Snoop Dogg. Sorry, it was Snoop Dogg. Little Dicky did a song with Snoop Dogg, and I remember the funniest line on the song. Well, it wasn't funny. It was creepy. It still creeps me out. It's not funny. It's odd, like odd funny, not ha funny. Like the weird, like the funny line in the song. By funny, I mean freaky and odd and weird. It's just like, I'm gonna jack off to the Boy Meets World, and you know, the 16-year-old version of Topanga. Because they like sexualized Blossom, they sexualized Topanga, because they knew that like age 13 to 18-year-old boys might be watching Boy Meets World. So they did kind of sexualize the girls. Eventually later on Full House, if I recall, Mary-Kate and Ashley were fucking hot. You know, and I don't know, they were like 18, I think. They aged out of the show. The show was on for so long that eventually I think they just ended it because the kids were all 18, I think, you know. But it's weird. Like, I remember when Mary-Kate and Ashley turned 18, the whole world made a point of mentioning it in all the fucking tabloids and the news and all this stupid shit. They're like, Mary-Kate and Ashley are of age now. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, were you waiting for it? Like, I mean, you know, it was fucking weird. And that's how Topanga was. That's how Blossom was. The Topanga on Boy Meets World. And it was weird. That's how Christina Applegate on Married with Children was. Like, I love Christina Applegate, but and she had a good sense of fashion. She really wore some beautiful clothes in her lifetime. She was a fashion goddess. I love Christina Applegate, but they sexualized Christina Applegate at the age of like 13, something like that. And I remember jacking off. You know, I remember it comes up in Hollywood all the time and stuff. They make jokes about this. Like writers make jokes about this. I remember jacking off to Christina Applegate when I was like 15 years old. And no, it wouldn't be weird because she was like 15. She's my age. She's like probably like 39 or something like that. I don't know. She's older than, no, she's my age. I think she's like my age. Or a little bit older, maybe 5 years older or something like that. I don't know. When was Christina Applegate born? Let's go ask the AI. What year was Christina Applegate born? Such a creepy thing. No, she was significantly older than me. She was like 13 years older than me. So it wasn't fucking weird to jack off to 16-year-old Christina Applegate, because by the time I saw her, by the time I actually saw the show, she was very much of age. So like, even I think. I mean, I wasn't jacking off to Christina Applegate, and you know, what's his name? In Donnie Darko, Donnie Darko makes a joke about this. He makes a joke. He's in a psychiatrist. Like a shrink is like shrinking him, and he's like sitting there on a couch, and she's like, what are you thinking about right now? And he's like, Christina Applegate, and she's like, you know, and this was this weird thing about like how like, and they make some like, let's pull the direct quote that they did in Donnie Darko about this, but they did sexualize Christina Applegate, Topanga. What was with them? They did it to the weird Dan guy from Dan Schneider or whatever his name was from Nickelodeon or whatever. He was doing that to poor Ariana Grande, you know. And so then we find lines about this showing up in popular media, because even the writers of the films and TV mention it in their fucking lines sometimes. The Donnie Darko Christina Applegate quote, right? What was it? It was like, there isn't a direct quote from Christina Applegate, but rather the actress was mentioned in the script for a scene involving Donnie's therapist. The character was supposed to be a sex education teacher in the movie. Originally had fantasies about Alyssa Milano, but this was changed to Christina Applegate due to legal reasons. And it was weird, because all of America was jacking off to Christina Applegate when she was like 16. When she was like 16, it was gross. It was normal for me because I was like a 14-year-old boy. You know, but yeah, so it's like, and it's not like we ever met, you know, but whatever. But I did jack off to Christina Applegate when I was like 14 or whatever, because she was fucking hot. She was like the hottest thing on television. But later on, I remember, and I still feel incredibly guilty about this, not because I did something wrong, but because they dangled her in front of me like a piece of meat when I was an adolescent 14-year-old boy. And that's okay. And she was part of it. She wore the clothes, and she had the high leather, cut off pants, and, the booty hugging, they've always been doing this. They did this with Daisy Dukes, like Daisy Dukes from Dukes of Hazzard. Like, they sexualize young girls. It actually kind of bothers me a little bit. It does. It's weird. It's not like I am a male feminist, but it's not like I sit and do male feminist discussion at a college or something like this. I just, but I had some trouble with understanding how badly they sexualized Topanga, and she's going to bring this up now. She's going to bring up what happened with either Topanga or at least the creators of the show, because they this happened a lot. I think this happened to Drake and Josh. I think it happened to Drake and Josh. They were sexualized. Like, it's weird.
Rolled up if you used to like that show. Because
I like Boy Meets World, but but it's also not my style of show. Like, when I was 13, there was a few shows where they really did have a lot of child stars. There was like the weird one about the little girl who was a robot. I can't remember the name. Little girl who was a robot. It was a thing. There was Alf. There was like Boy Meets World with Topanga. There was Christina Applegate on Married with Children. It goes on and on and on. They were like trying to sexualize young girls, and it was weird. Boys too. Like, you can see it. All the kids. I thought Topanga was so hot. Do you see it? Even at a young age. She was like 16 there or something like that. But her face looks older, right? Or I don't know. Was she older by then? Yeah, she was probably older. She looks like she's 27 or something in this shot. But,
wanted to be Topanga.
So how old was Topanga supposed to be? I think she was probably 18 when she started the show.
And let me tell you,
now I want to hear what she said about Topanga.
Boy Meets World. And speaking of Boy Meets World,
and this is, I swear to God, this shit did stuff to people. It did stuff to men. They ended up being child rapists, I think, because they were dangled these like 14-year-old girls who dressed it very provocatively, like Topanga and Christina Applegate. Daisy Dukes with those Daisy Duke cut off jeans, and and they sexualized young girls, and I think it did have kind of a really bad effect on people. I think the law and the producers and the Hollywood should have been a little bit more careful about this, because if there's something that does need to be wholesome, it needs to be television. But I mean, like I don't know if you guys remember, like Christina Applegate in Like, I want to see pictures of Christina Applegate, right? Remember how she dressed? There it is. And she was of age. She was 18 years old. So they were just dangling her. Like there's a good example of it. Like her evolution of dress, right? It went from, her fashion style changed and she got more provocative as she got older because she was a fucking sexual dynamo. She was. It's not like it's, and that's our fault. That was not her fault. We sexualized her. She started out like this with the kind of the low cut stuff, but eventually it was like this, where there was like a midriff and, you know, and yeah, she really tied her shirt quite a lot because she was probably scared of wardrobe malfunctions. There was this point where we all assumed that she got like a boob job, I think, you know, and it, you know, etc., you know. And, you know, and she was so hot. And eventually she got to be like 20 years old. And this show ran for like 13 years or something like that. And she got to be 20 years old. So there was just this assumption that she was like out banging bikers and shit like this. It happened all the time. She would come home at like 2 a.m. and Al Bundy would have to beat up some biker, or he would be like sneaking in her bedroom window and stuff. They were just like, they were talking about how all the young girls were like pretty much sluts, and it was disgusting. It did sexualize young women. I know women my age started acting like that because that was what what was basically expected of them by TV executives, which was just fucking weird. And so I knew some girls who were influenced by Christina Applegate, who dressed like her and thought that they should be sluts like her, kind of. It was weird. She did have a very formative effect on people. When she was young, she was beautiful. You can admit it. This was season 1. And when she was like 16 years old, I'm not trying to sexualize her or anything like this, but I mean, when she was young, Fox knew that they had like a beautiful, they genuinely had a supermodel on their fucking hands. And I mean, when they hired her, she was like a supermodel, but they didn't know how really fucking truly beautiful she would get. And eventually we were all just watching Married with Children for the little 5-second bits that they would give her, because she wasn't really a fucking, like, she wasn't even really truly a cast member. They gave her FaceTime all the time, but she only had a couple of episodes that were focused on her. Al Bundy probably got 700 episodes, and Peggy probably got 500, and even Bud probably got like 300 or something like that. But she did not get like a lot of stories. And when it was like her trying to be a model, or her trying to be like, you know, or her trying to graduate high school, or her, you know, her trying to get a job or something like this, and how dumb it is when a blonde tries to get a job or something. And you know, and they, you know, and it was just dumb. There was all these blonde jokes and ditzy jokes about her, but we all knew that she was actually a really intelligent girl. You could see it in her eyes that she wasn't like, she got very good at doing the whole ditzy dumb blonde thing. She got way better at it as she worked with Katie Sagal, and she was around good actors like Ed, you know, like Al Bundy and stuff. She was around good actors who taught her good method acting. They really did. And so the ditzy blonde thing, eventually we understood that it was this crazy act, because she wasn't actually like that. The real Christina Applegate was a lot more like eventually they sexualized My So-Called Life, which was Claire Danes. They dangled Claire Danes in front of me when I was like 16 years old, and they dangled Jordan Catalano, who was you know, that's one of our most famous living actors. That's you know, the guy who played Joker. Jordan Catalano was you know, Dallas Buyers Club. Who's that? That's Dallas Buyers Club cast was, you know, this was his best role. No, it wasn't Matthew McConaughey who I'm thinking of. Who am I thinking of? It's Jared Leto. Jared Leto, right? So they dangled Jared Leto out in front of the teenage girls when he was like 18, and he was a heartthrob. I remember all the girls couldn't stop talking about him. They were like all the girls my age. I remember them talking about Jared Leto as Jordan Catalano. And the problem was, for us, it was Claire Danes, and I'm still in love with Claire Danes Danes and Christina Applegate. I'm still in love with them. I would marry them. They are the ideal women to me. I love Claire Danes. I would absolutely marry Claire Danes. They dangled her in front of me when I was like 16 years old. And they were like, look at this hottie 16-year-old. Same with Christina Applegate. They were like, here's the hottest girl here's the hottest girl in America under the age of 18. That was Claire Danes. I really did feel this way. Like Claire Danes putting the Claire Danes lipstick shot in My So-Called Life. It right in the opening credits, sorry, the opening like theme to My So-Called Life. They had Claire Danes, the most beautiful girl in fucking America at that time. She really was like pretty much like the most beautiful girl in America, right? Like look at her fucking beautiful face when she was like 16 years old. She was like supermodel fucking hot. They dangled her in front of me. And they did the same for the girls, too. They dangled Jared Leto in front of the girls. And so now, and this is kind of problematic because then our whole lives, we believe that women should be beautiful like Claire Danes at the age of 16 or Christina Applegate at the age of 16 or, you know, and it's weird, or Jared Leto at the age of 18 or whatever it was. He was older. He was older than Claire Danes. He was like 2 or 3 years older than her, or maybe 5, something like that. I don't really know. But, you know, he was older. He had a car. He was smoking cigarettes and stuff because he was 18. He was like 18 at the point when Claire Danes was like 16. But we grew up on all these My So-Called Lives and you know, Topanga from fucking Boy Meets World and all the shit. And these television executives, they were probably all pederasts because they were trying to sell youth as sex. Like, I swear to God, she was an innocent girl. We loved her. There was so many girls like this. There were so many of them. I can't even think of all of them. There was Alex Mack. They dangled Alex Mack. She was also, like, at the time, when Alex Mack was, like, 18 years old, she was the hottest girl in America. And this was my favorite show. I loved this show. Secret World of Alex Mack was my favorite show growing up. It absolutely was. But I mean, they dangled whatever this girl's name was. I don't even remember all their fucking names. They dangled these like 16 to 18-year-old girls in front of me when I was like, I don't know, 16. And I was jacking off or fucking 16-year-old girls. You know, I was like 16 and I lost my virginity when I was 15. And I was dating like the most beautiful girl in the city. And like, you know, everybody wanted her. And like, you know, and I was a 16-year-old boy and I was banging a 16-year-old girl and I was watching television shows with lots of 16-year-old girls. And I don't really know why they do this. I don't like this, actually. I prefer if they just kept kids out of television in general, because it's not like she's sexualized in this shot. But there were times when they tried to hint at her and Jordan Catalano like taking, I'm sorry, they tried to hint at Jordan Catalano taking her virginity. They tried to hint at, like, you know, all this stuff, but she was like 16. It was creepy. It was creepy. They sexualized her. They didn't sexualize these girls, and the girls were very careful to deliver this very tasteful, like, manner of dress. I don't know if you could say that about Christina Applegate. She was on Fox, and she didn't care what people thought, and I don't think the executives did either. And they were like, yeah, you want to dress up, you know. She was beautiful. Look at this tie-dye ensemble she's got. You know, there's an hilarious song on I'll sing the song for you, by the Butthole Surfers, called Christina. Christina by the Butthole Surfers. I love this song. And this is an example of media talking about this. I'm in love with a TV star. She drove me home in her Lexus car. Like her dog, but I don't watch her show. Spend my time with the radio. Seen her dancing on the Sunset Strip. And this is her. This is who he's talking about, right? Seen her dancing on the Sunset Strip. Bell-bottom jeans and her curvy hips. Seen her sitting there with her boyfriend. Good looking fellow, but he's looking kinda thin. Christina. Oh la 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 la, Christina. I was not the only guy in America who was obsessed with Christina Applegate. I wasn't, you know. Christina. La 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 la, Christina. I love you so. Remember that day when we played pool? I saw your bedroom and we ate barbecue. Barbie came from her trip downtown. 50 up and 40 down. Love you more than the sun and the sky. Gotta kiss and hug you before I die. Something else that you ought to know too. Did something weird. Christina, a la 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 la, Christina, a la 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 la, Christina. And this was a platinum album, by the way. I love you so. I'm in love with a TV star. She drove me home in her Lexus car. Like her dog, but I don't watch her show. Spend my time with the radio. Been watching TV as the years go by. Seen 'em born and I seen 'em die. Something else that you oughta know too. I like a girl named Ellen more than you. Christina. A la 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 la, Christina. A la 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 la, Christina. Right? I love that song. I love Butthole Surfers. They're actually such a good band. That's Paul Leary. He produced the Sublime self-titled album. He's an amazing man, amazing punker. Was really quite the punk rocker for about 10 years, you know, before he went full-blown like grunge or whatever you want to call whatever Butthole Surfers is. Progressive, whatever, I really don't know. Probably rock. You could call Butthole Surfers rock, I guess. But anyways, yeah, so and it's weird, and there's so many of these. There was Alex Mack, there was Clarissa Explains It All, Clarissa Flockhart, or I forget all their names. Clarissa Explains, right? Clarissa Explains It All. She was such a cute little girl. She was the cutest girl in America. She was the cutest little button in America. And I grew up with her. So by the time I was like, you know, by the time I was like, you know, like, I don't know, her age, she was so hot. There was an example of her when she was like 18 at that point, and she was a smoking hot TV star. And there's Ferguson, her little brother, you know, and all this. And yeah, and like, you know, and it was just weird. Do you see how they dangled these 16-year-old girls in front of us? Because all of these TV executives were fucking pederasts. And honestly, there was so many. There's more. There was the cast of well, there was Degrassi. Degrassi had so many hot teenage girls I couldn't watch it. Even when I was young. Well, I mean, I was young. This is weird because I grew up with all this stuff. It sounds creeper, like I'm talking about young girls. But I mean, I was 16 years old. Who cares if a 16-year-old jacks off to a 16-year-old girl? I don't care about that. It's not creeper now, and it wasn't creeper back then. It's not creeper if you're of age. You know, I was 16 and I was lusting after these 16-year-old girls. I mean, that's why they did so well. They were selling 16-year-old girls to the horny young boys, and they were selling 16-year-old girl style to all the young Nickelodeon girls. And it was weird, and I did have a sexual attraction to all of these girls because they were my age. You know, when I was 14, they were 14. They all came up in the same age. There was Christina Applegate, Claire Danes. Those were the big ones that stood out for me. They were the two that I had a weakness for. But there were so many more. You know, and it's weird because, you know, I was 16 years old when she was dressing up like this. So I was meant. It was legal. It was normal. It was encouraged by Christina herself to lust after her 16-year-old body when I was 16 years old. You know, I don't do it anymore because it feels fucking creepy. When I look at a picture of her now, I'm like, nope, too young, get off it. It feels weird. I have definitely do not have weird, like, you know, proclivities for young girls and shit like that. I don't. I look at that picture of her when she was like 16 years old, and I'm like, nope. It's okay because I was 16 when she was 16. But I mean, you know, that's like saying all the dudes who jacked off to Marilyn Monroe were weird. They're not. They just like hot blondes. We all like hot blondes. We're weak for hot blondes for some reason. They knew it. They had her bleach her hair, you know. They had Christina bleach her hair. I don't think she was a natural, or yeah, she was. She is natural, huh? She's like natural blonde strawberry though, not like bleach blonde like she did in the television show. She's so beautiful. Even at the age of whatever this is now, she's like 55 or something. She's still fucking beautiful. She's still beautiful. Like at the age of 55. I'm a lot more comfortable, so you can tell I'm not a pederast, because I'm a lot more comfortable lusting after her 55-year-old body than I am her 16-year-old one. And I don't care if it's a hot take. I don't like being peddled 16-year-old girls. I think it's creeper stuff. And I think all those television executives that did it are kind of creeper. And all the kids that they did, they molested. And all those kids, like Macaulay Culkin and all this, they all ended up in Party Monster doing heroin and stuff like this. And or dead. Like the Rat Pack all ended up fucking dead from cocaine and shit like this. You know, it's weird, but it's true. Like the Brat Pack, they're all cocaine heroin addicts. All of them. Drew Barrymore. They dangled Drew Barrymore in front of us, you know, when she was young. It was weird. It wasn't like, I mean, she was way too young like that, but when she was older, they still like they put Drew Barrymore when she was like 18. They like put her in Hollywood, and she was so fucking hot. She was so hot. I mean, there was all the time she was a kid, like E.T. and stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like when she was older, they dangled Drew Barrymore in front of us, and it like because they knew that we were all about the same age, and we were lusting after Drew Barrymore because she was of age. You know, she was of age at that point. You know.
I'm about to fuck your world up.
So they gave her to us opposite Adam Sandler when they were both like 24 or something like that. They were young, you know.
To like that show because I was obsessed.
Maybe they were a bit older, but it was still like she was fucking beautiful. And it's like it's okay to like Drew Barrymore now, you know, because you know she was so young or whatever.
I wanted to.
It's okay to like Mary-Kate and Ashley now sexually because they're the same age as you and you've all aged out or whatever. But it was weird that they were ever like weird idols on television in the first fucking place. They should be in fucking school. Why were they on television in the first fucking place? It should be illegal. Kids are too impressionable. They're too naive. They're too... What's the word? Naive is the word. Kids are too naive to be on television. I've always thought this, you know, and it did cause some dysfunction in men. I think it caused a bunch of fucking pederasts to act like pederasts. I think it did have an issue. I think we had an issue with this, you know.
And let me tell you, there is this clip of Ben Savage showing up to the Den Mansion and Mark squeezing his ass right before the camera turns around.
I wonder what that was. I was like, did you just grab Fred Savage's ass or whatever? Ben Savage. No, I don't remember who Ben Savage is. Ben Savage, TV shows. What were the Ben Savage TV shows? It was like, oh yeah, he was the boy in Boy Meets World. Okay, I didn't remember who he was. So never mind. Yeah, Ben Savage. I didn't like Ben Savage. I like Fred Savage. Fred Savage was an amazing childhood actor. Oh, there's another one, right? So here's another one. Okay, here's another one. They marched, what's her name? I don't know who the actress is, but she was the girl in The Wonder Years. She played Winnie. I was so in love with Danica McKellar. You can understand why. Look at her. She's my age. She was Gwendolyn Winnie. She was Gwendolyn Winnie, whatever her last name is. Danica McKellar. Look at Danica McKellar when she was young. Look how fucking beautiful, Italian, beautiful girl. I'm 50% Sicilian. I'm supposed to like girls when they look like this. She was the hottest Italian girl on the fucking planet. She absolutely was. Her and Juliette Lewis were the, oh my God, they dangled Juliette Lewis in front of me in, what was it? It was, my favorite movie for a long time was Natural Born Killers, because Juliette Lewis was like, I don't know, 21 years old or something, but she was acting like she was 18 or 17, and she was dressing like she was 14 or something, and it was just crazy. And these women, there was Danica McKellar from the Wonder Years, and I'm not supposed to lust after 16-year-old girls, but I mean, she was fucking hot at the age of 16 when I was 16 years old. So it didn't feel weird for me because neither one of us were even of age yet. So it wasn't even like, you know, it's not like I'm some older dude trying to lust after a younger girl. This girl is my age. She was born probably same year or something like that. Let's see what year she was born, right? Yeah, I mean, not same year, but within 5 years. Call it 5 years. You know, she's older than me. She's about 5-ish years older than me. But I mean, she was so fucking beautiful when she was young. Look at that beautiful smile. And the whole storyline of the Wonder Years was, oh, you're Fred Savage from the Wonder Years. You're in love with the girl next door, Winnie. She plays soccer, right? They had her play soccer. Like, they had the girls play soccer in the Wonder Years. They had Danica McKellar at the age of, I don't know, 16 or something like that, run out there in a soccer girl's uniform. And that was like masturbatory fuel for me for like 10 years. No problem. All I had to do if I wanted to get off, and I'm not comfortable talking about this because she was a 16-year-old girl at the time, but I was a 14-year-old boy. So, I mean, again, it didn't feel fucking weird to jack off to fucking Danica McKellar. That's what they all wanted us to do. Like, that's what they wanted us to do. She was so fucking beautiful at that age. She was so beautiful. She was like the most beautiful Italian girl on the fucking planet. She was on the cover of Cosmo and shit like this when she was 17 because she was that smoking hot fucking beautiful. She was. And they do this. They dandle out they like when I was 16, and they do this to the kids too. They do this to the kids still to this day. They still do this to the kids. They get you lusting after some 16-year-old girl when you're like 14 to 18 years old or something like that. And she becomes like your idea of what a sexual dynamo is, or like some kind of like, you know, a picture of what a buxom, young, beautiful woman should look like, right? And they become your image of what a young, hot girl looks like. This is probably the best picture that was ever taken of her, and she was like 30 years old when she took this picture. But even at the age of 30, she was supermodel hot. You can fucking see it. So yeah, and like, so I was trained by Nickelodeon television executives, you know, like trained by Nickelodeon television executives to lust after Danica McKellar. When I was 16, I was trained to lust after, you know, on MTV, there was Jenny McCarthy when she was 18 years old. Jenny McCarthy, 18 on MTV, right? 18 years old on MTV, right? She looked like this. Oh my fucking God. I mean, oh my fucking God. I mean, oh my God. I mean, this is the sort of stuff they did with her too. Do you see it? Oh my God. And I mean, she was like 18, so it was that's her in Playboy. I mean, I saw this issue. I saw this issue of Playboy. I stole this issue of Playboy when I was like, I don't know, 15 years old or something like that, because I was like, oh my God, Jenny McCarthy is the hottest girl on the fucking planet. I still feel this way. I don't feel this way about how she is now, of course, but I mean, I still feel this conviction that Jenny McCarthy was the hottest girl on the fucking planet there for a brief period of about 4 years on MTV from the age of about 18 till about 22. She was the hottest thing on the fucking planet. She absolutely was. They gave her like 5 shows on MTV that all sucked. There was really no reason to watch them besides Jenny McCarthy. But I mean, she was fucking hot. She was so hot. And I have some issue with them dangling out even like 18-year-old girls for us to lust after, because and I sound like somebody from the Middle East, and I don't like that because I'm a totally sexually I'm a sexual revolution person. I went through my dirty 30s, and I don't think it's weird to lust after Jenny McCarthy. I really don't. I think it's a healthy thing. I think she probably thinks that. I guarantee it. It's healthy to be attracted to a sex idol. You know, it's healthy. It's fine. It's not a bad thing. We do it all the time. But I mean, these were 14-year-old girls dandled out in front of us provocatively by Nickelodeon executives. And now, after we know what we know, you know, we understand why. And I swear to God, this caused my gender some issues. And they shouldn't do it anymore.
And then they reference Mr. Huffington is very excited to see you or something like that.
I think Ben Savage is Fred Savage's younger brother, I think, but I don't totally know. Let's go ask. Are Ben and Fred Savage related? Oops. Are Ben and Fred Savage related? Yes, they're brothers. They look very similar. See them? They got those puppy dog eyes. You can see it in their fucking eyes. I always have thought I've always thought this, and I don't mean this as some sort of slight. It's not a slight. It's in anywhere form. But even at a very, very young age, I always thought that both Ben and Fred Savage were gay. And the reason I think this, not gay, bi. I've always thought that they were bisexual. Because when you see this sort of puppy dog eyes in a man, men are kind of cold and a little bit cruel and sort of mean. And by the time you reach like the age of, I'd say 24 or something like that, you've seen a lot. Or even 14, really. Like, even by the age of 14, you've seen a lot. And a lot of kids, even at the age of 14, are not nice people. They're like teenage girls are not known for being nice people. You understand? So when you see that truly nice, truly puppy dog eyes of somebody who has nothing but joy in their fucking heart, you think bisexual. I'm sorry, but you do. I've always thought this. And I didn't know what bisexual was, but I knew that I thought that Fred Savage was bisexual by season 1 of The Wonder Years. Because I was like, boys don't look nice like this. I don't look nice like this because I'm not bi. You know? I don't have those puppy dog eyes like that. I don't. I just don't. You know, I've got nice green eyes, don't get me wrong, but I don't have like the puppy dog, like totally malleable, putty in your hands, sort of like bisexual eyes that these kids had. And I've always thought that they were bi. Even at the age of 13, I had a very clear, very firm assumption. I don't know if it's the truth, and I don't want to say it is. I don't know, and I don't care. His sexuality does not matter. It's not our business, right? But I mean, I swear to God, there's a style of bisexual eyes. You can mark it by that truly innocent look, right? Of just pure joy. They take pure joy in things. But most real men that I know, they understand that life isn't so easy as that. That maybe, you know, it's crazy, whatever. I don't understand it's weird when I'm talking about stuff that I'm talking about here, but I did always assume that Fred Savage was bisexual. So they ran Fred Savage opposite that Danica girl that I just showed for, you know, Wonder Years. And there were so many shows like this. There was Boy Meets Girl, Wonder Years, Hey Dude had some really, really amazingly hot young teenage girls. You know, Hey Dude, the TV show, right, was there what was her name? She was so fucking hot. That blonde girl from Hey Dude, she was so fucking hot. But this was an older show, a little bit older. It was like kind of like, you know, it was like, I believe it was a preteen show. But I mean, like, you know, but by the time it was like season 3, and this ran for a long time, this show, Hey Dude, on Nickelodeon, see it? But, you know, but this girl on Nickelodeon, I was tuning in exclusively for her. I thought she was so fucking beautiful. I didn't care about any of the rest of these fucking tools. I thought he was cool. I've always thought he was cool. I've always really liked this guy. But the rest of these fucking tools, I couldn't give a flying fuck about. But these two girls were so fucking hot when they were 18 years old. And you know, and they would wear these tight shirts and stuff, tight sweaters, you know. And I swear to God, like, something was up with Nickelodeon. Something was really up with them. They were sexualizing children. They were having sex with the children. Oh, what was that? You grabbed Fred Savage's ass or whatever, or Ben Savage's ass. The fuck was that, man? What the fuck was that? You grabbed his ass, dude. That was something. Yeah, okay, if you're hugging a dude, even if you're bi or gay, it doesn't matter. Maybe not gay, but, you know, but like, whatever. But usually you don't grab some dude's ass, especially if you're not sleeping with them. It implies that you've been sleeping with him. Like he's your property or something. Look, this other dude's like, you just grabbed Ben Savage's ass. Well, you do pay us like $1 billion, so I'll just go do another line of cocaine and write a memoir about it later. Yeah, look at the look in his eyes. He's like, this is going in the memoirs 15 years from now. You can see it, the look in his eyes. He's like, I can't unsee that. I can't unsee that. And it's going in the memoirs 20 years from now. What? this stuff like this is why I don't like the human race. It's why I feel no shame in never speaking to them ever again. You understand? Stuff like this look on this dude's face. That Schadenfreude look with the human race. I've got that sour grapes with the human race. I know that they're like this dude that just the most of them are like this dude that just grab Ben Savage's ass in front of this dude. I'm sorry. And I would prefer to be this dude looking from the outside with this look of disdain and disgust in my eyes, you know, than be one of them. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't like the human race. They do stuff like that, you know.
Party here, though. Never been to a party? Yes. Some good ones? Several. How crazy do they get?
And when they say Mr. Huffington, they're talking about U.S. Representative Michael Huffington.
What?
Who's married to Ariana Huffington.
Oh my God. Are you fucking serious? They're like those Huffington parties are like cocaine fueled sex nightmares, like P. Diddy parties, basically. Oh my God. And I'm sorry, but there's so many children probably there. There's probably children there because they're all television actors.
Never been to a party here, though. Never been to a party? Yes. Some good ones? Several. How crazy do they get?
And when they say Mr. Huffington, they're talking about U.S. Representative Michael Huffington, who's married to Ariana Huffington of the Huffington Post, who later came out as gay. Ben Savage's older brother is Fred Savage from The Wonder Years, another show that you may know. For early financing, majority owner and chairman Collins Rector, that's Mark, turned to high-profile individuals he had come to know in Hollywood, including television actor Fred Savage. Regarding Representative Michael Huffington, he wrote a check for $5 million after a lavish dinner party at MNC Estate. Look at the dates. Look at the dates. So Boy Meets World is on TV from 1993 to 2000. David Newman is the president of Walt Disney TV, which oversees Boy Meets World, from 1996 to 1998. He leaves in 1998 to become
Nickelodeon television
Ben Savage,
executives.
who works on the show, that's his president. And
What
then
happened
Huffington
there?
invested. So the $1 million.
This is what happens when people
David
like
Newman is
Jeffrey just start bribing kids, you know? People have a price. We like to pretend that we have shame and that we all have scruples and stuff, but no. Almost every human being has a price. If the television executive can pay it, they can do whatever they want. They're basically like gods. They can bribe juries if they need to, you know? And it sucks. It does suck. It sucks like pretty badly.
Paid plus that bonus.
Okay, an example of this is stupid ass Ezra Miller. We did a whole bunch of Ezra Miller last year because Ezra Miller is like the biggest disaster to ever happen to mankind, short of Hitler or something like that. It's crazy. This guy is the biggest disaster to ever happen to like Hollywood, right? He is Flash Gordon from the Marvel films and Fantastic Beast wizard guy. He's the Fantastic Beast wizard guy, the main in Fantastic Beasts. So he is a Harry Potter star. He is a Marvel star. He has like $1 billion and he uses it to groom 14-year-old Native American girls and steal them from their parents on the reservation, get them addicted to heroin, and then physically abuse them. He's punched women in public before, but they won't fire him and they won't cancel him. He's punched women on camera. It's hilarious, but I don't want to glorify it, you know, so I don't want to show it again, but it is hilarious. He has punched like 2 different women on camera, like in the middle of broad daylight out on a sidewalk and shit. Not like domestic abuse shit with his wife here. We're talking about he's having a fist fight with a lady on the sidewalk. And he does this because he's, you know, non-binary, so he doesn't care about punching some woman in the fucking face because he thinks that he is a woman. And that's okay, but it is why he did this. We know why. He told the world why he punched these women. It's because he thinks of himself as equal to them. So yeah, and there's you can go to the Wikipedia and you can look at the fucking controversy, right? Miller's off-screen life has been marred with multiple controversies and legal issues since 22. They've been accused of committing assault, burglary, disorderly conduct, harassment, and grooming of minors, resulting in multiple widely publicized arrests, citations, and restraining orders. And this guy, he walks. He walks free like Donald Trump, OJ free all day. Like OJ, free like OJ all day. He walks. He sleeps with children. He makes movies with Hollywood directors, so you got to wonder about them. How fucked up are they? Look at all the stuff that came out about Harvey Weinstein and shit like this, right? So like, yeah, and this guy, he walks. He still goes to the cons. He still, he walks freely. He groomed a little Native American girl, but because he did it on a fucking reservation, they couldn't do anything to him. Like Donald Trump on the Lolita Express. Or Bill Gates. Wish I was kidding.
Is coming from money from people like Huffington. And
money is bad. I don't really desire like streamer money anymore. I think it could only inevitably put me in the grave somehow. So I don't give a flying fuck what my follows are. I think it's actually a gift that I didn't blow up. I think I kind of get scared that it might happen if I continue like this and I just keep doing React content as opposed to boring ass fucking MMOs and stuff like that. Ooh, Cypher is casting on us freely. Yeah, just kill him. Ugh. Why is Cypher on me? Okay, whatever. Yep, he had all these crazy big movies and they won't fire him. After they found out about the crimes of Grindelwald, they continue to cast him in all of these other movies. The Flash and the DC Extended Universe. I'm sorry, it's not Marvel, it's DC. I thought that was Marvel, but no, The Flash is, of course, DC. And I forgot that it was DC that signed him. But I mean, 5 years after the grooming accusations and the court cases that he lost, he bribes all these lawyers and shit to get him out of this shit. And and he's insane on drugs. He constantly talks about how many drugs he's on at the same time, which is okay. But I mean, that's not a good look for gonzos. That's not how... we found out that sort of stuff about the original Gonzo, Hunter S. Thompson, 30 years after the fact. But in the 70s, Hunter S. Thompson didn't talk to people about how he was on 15 drugs all at the same time. He didn't tell people that. It was a secret. This guy is like, yeah, I did a bunch of cocaine and heroin and I fucking groomed a little 14-year-old fucking Native American girl and all this shit. It's like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? And he's like, I pay all these lawyers and I punch women in the fucking face in public and shit like this. And it's insane because he has money. He's allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. Like these television executives.
They're squeezing.
They fucked up Fred and Ben Savage and, Drake and Josh and all this shit.
This kid's ass and being like Mr. Huffington's.
All the young boys that they trundled out on the fucking stage, they were all bisexual, all heroin addicts, all cocaine addicts, from Macaulay and Kieran Culkin, to Topanga and Fred and Ben Savage, to Drake and Josh, to all these people, from fucking probably even Ariana Grande too. They're all like these ex-cocaine heroin addicts. Drew Barrymore used to do cocaine with Hollywood executives and shit like this when she was 13. I mean, I did hard drugs too when I was young, but I mean, I didn't do them with television executives, and I didn't get paid millions of dollars to do it either. So it's sort of weird.
So this is where the theory comes in.
Yeah, the theory comes in that Hollywood is mostly pederast. Television is mostly pederast. Fucking all these television executives like Donald Trump are pederasts. They're creeping into the back of those fucking Miss World pageants and stuff. They are pederasts. They're fucking fucked up. The money turns them into freaks. And now I fear them, and I don't want to be them, and I don't want their money, and I don't want their fame. I really don't. I do sabotage my own career quite a lot, turning the chat off and stuff like that, because I don't want to be like them. I don't want their fucking interests. I don't want their money. I don't want their problems. I like being able to go buy beer at the local grocery store. I like my anonymity or whatever. And as it is, I've been pegged as a streamer before. I've had 2 people in the real life ask me if I was a content creator before, because I give off some vibe. It's probably my Lord of the Rings ring or something like this. But I give off a vibe. I when I walk in public, they can tell that I'm not some fucking like establishment dude who worked a 9 to 5, who's normal and shit. They can tell I'm some hipster, crazy, like artist douchebag who's got a fucking high opinion of himself, a high ego and shit like this. So they peg me as streamer. I had a girl, a teenage girl in Walgreens, be like, "Are you Nikocado Avocado?" And I was like, no. And this was a fat joke. And she meant it as a fat joke. But I mean, she did peg that I was a streamer. And she didn't believe me either. She didn't believe me. She was like, you're somebody. And I was like, you know.
That the bizarre spending and funding.
And I was like, oh no, am I giving off streamer vibes now? Because that's not my intention. I want to look like I always looked. I want to act like I always acted. I don't want to be some rich douchebag. I don't care about that. I don't care. I don't value it. Look at where it takes you. You end up like wearing tinfoil hats in hotel rooms and shit like this. You couldn't pay me to live a life like she's living even. Nope.
Wasn't necessarily to create this.
I don't think she looks that normal.
Allegedly.
I don't think the jewelry looks that normal. I don't think the tinfoil looks that normal. I don't think the 5-star king size bed in the hotel room looks that normal. And these things, I've lived a life where I lived in a hotel room like this and stuff. I don't even. She's probably traveling, but I mean, it's not that normal. Being a streamer is not that normal. It's sort of freaky. It's a little bit of a freaky job. It's not too normal, and. You know, that's all I have to say about this. It's sort of, you know, it's like this thing where you don't want to embrace the bad sides of being a famous content creator. You don't want to do that. You don't want to embrace the bad sides of it. Often it's really bad, you know.
Potentially, it could be.
Like, look at what they did to Mr. Beast. They made allegations that he was hanging out with some kind of like some kind of Ezra Miller. And that he was like funding some kind of Ezra Miller type dude or lady. I'm sorry, wasn't that a trans person? I don't remember and I don't care. But like the trans isn't what this is about. It's about grooming. This wasn't about trans. This was about grooming. But they said that Mr. Beast rolls with a groomer, you know? And it's like, it's Mr. Beast. And if he wasn't grooming somebody himself, who the fuck cares what your friends do? I mean, I care. Yeah. And yeah, maybe it sucks if he was like financing him or whatever. But I mean, overall, did Mr. Beast groom children? The answer is no. You know, the answer is no. So I don't care who he hangs out with. I doubt he knew. And when he did find out, he ended it, didn't he? Because it's like at that point, it's like, can you really judge somebody on the actions of the people around them? I don't think so. No. Okay, for instance, my friend Jan, he's dead now. He shot his father in the head and then himself in the head a second later. He was one of my 5 best friends. Am I like that? No. Am I like that? No. Nope, not like that. Never brandished a weapon or ever hurt a living thing. I'm just not like that. So, but you could make an assumption that because there was somebody in my crew that who did a murder-suicide on their own family member, that I am somehow like them. But no. And to be fair, I hadn't seen him in 7 years. To be God's honest truth, I had not seen that guy I had not seen Jan in 7 years when I found out that he had killed his father and then himself. I hadn't seen him in 7 or 8 years or something like that. So, and I know that this negatively affected my best friend. It negatively affected my other best friend that I talked to today, Jed Gallagher and stuff. I know this negatively fucking affected us. I know it affected Jed Gallagher very, very, very badly. I know it did. And you know, it affected all of us really badly. My friend D, everybody. It fucking affected all of us so fucking badly. But you can't say that we're like Jan. You can't say that Mr. Beast is like that fucking groomer that he was around. You can't say that. And then he's not known for that. We haven't ever caught him doing that. Not like Ezra Miller. And you can't blame him for the company that he keeps. He doesn't know what the company does in the privacy of their own time. You know, or what they did before he met them or anything like that. You can't judge somebody on their past, you know.
If you wanted to speculate.
So you can judge somebody on their past, but only if they tell you. You don't know what somebody's past is what I meant to say. If they don't tell you what their past is, you don't know who they are. So how is that Mr. Beast's fault? And I
people-
guarantee that's how Mr. Beast looks at it too. He's like, what the fuck does what one of my friends do have to do with me? My friends do all types of cocaine and heroin. They go off to jet set parties and they gamble and shit like this. Does that make Mr. Beast bad? No.
To pay for access to something.
Does it make Mr. Beast a groomer if he hangs out with a groomer? I guess where there's smoke, there might be fire. So we looked at it and we found nothing. But I mean, like, overall, no, it doesn't. Not in a court of law. Not in the places where it matters. No. In a court of law, they care about this a great deal. They call it circumstantial evidence. That's not good enough. They need actual probable cause. You know?
Forbidden. That's not allowed.
There's no probable cause to think that Mr. Beast is a bad person because of the company that he kept with somebody who never told him something. You know, there's no probable cause there to think that Mr. Beast is a bad person. But they made a major and real fucking attempt to cancel him this year over that. They made this summer they tried to cancel Mr. Beast over that, which was just insane, you know.
That's the forbidden fruit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Your freaky circles are way beyond me. I don't know. They're way beyond me. I've never been around people like this, and I don't want to be. Your weird P. Diddy sex party stuff, I don't know. I'm sorry. I partied just as hard as any of these other motherfuckers did. I just didn't do it with children, you know? Fucking weird. I've done all the cocaine, heroin, and fucking shit that they've done, speed and everything else, everything but the needle. I've done everything but the needle. They haven't done the needle either, or they would still be on the needle, but they definitely have done lines and smoked fucking heroin like me. And you know, and I don't really see much difference between us, except these guys are groomers and I'm not. You know, there's a fucking difference. Just because we party hard doesn't make us fucking bad people. Grooming people makes you a bad person, you know? I don't care how fucking like depraved the P. Diddy sex parties were, as long as there was consent. That's the main thing. I don't care what they do. They could roger each other in the buttholes for 5 days if they want to, with 1,000 pounds, 1,000 gallons of lube. I don't care what they do, as long as there's consent. You know.
In this article,
as long as there's no minors, I don't care what these people do.
How weird this is, says, quote, instead of tying compensation primarily to stock options, as most internet companies do to control costs, then immediately offered high cash salaries and bonuses. It says Los Angeles insiders have been buzzing about the extravagant pay given to executives at Den, a money-losing entertainment website. All told, through the first 6 months of 1999, the company hadn't recorded a dime in revenue and reported a loss of $20
because
million,
they're like a Jeffrey sex ring.
$12 million in salaries and, quote, programming costs.
They do programming. They do television, like children's television programming. So they don't need to make anything. They're just essentially, you know, industry people.
Losing money is hardly unusual.
Yeah, that's not unusual.
Startups. But while most spend the bulk of their money on marketing and scrimp on salaries and content, Den was doing the opposite. One former supervisor said Collins Rector directed him to hire certain teenagers who weren't qualified for the jobs they sought. He would come to me with ultimatums on who I should hire, said the former manager who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Young, hip kids were his thing. Some workers said they felt compelled to do things well outside of their job descriptions. One young employee said he was told that if he valued his job, he would travel with Mark and his young executives, Chad and Brock, on a vacation to a tropical resort last spring. The employee complained to his supervisor, who confirmed the account to the Times, the LA Times, but who said he didn't report the matter to top executives because they worked for Collins Rector, aka Mark. The teenager said that he felt compelled to make the trip and that Chad Shackley made a sexual pass at him.
Chad Shackley is such a bad name.
After he rejected the proposition, the teenager said the trip ended early. Favored employees were also invited to parties at the Encino mansion, and several said they were encouraged to spend the night there, not here. There's another investor, and this guy is so fucking powerful and so litigious, and his lawyers are so fucking vicious. His name is David Geffen. Okay, he's a billionaire.
Geffen would love to get people on the phone and talk to them so that everybody could hear what he was saying to them. It was all a big show.
Well, listen, what do you think we should do with Neil?
I love David Given, although he might have been a weirdo.
DreamWorks, all the mainstream hits that all the kids are watching today.
Guns N' Roses, Nirvana, Aerosmith.
Everything. Broadway, even. I mean, he was
Cats.
Cats.
Game Girls.
And I told him how frightened I was about getting drafted, and I didn't want to leave William Morris. It was a big deal for me to be there. But I go to the draft board in Brooklyn, and there was a question that
This
said,
is no good. We gotta skip it. I'm sorry, I didn't know that they were running DMCA stuff here.
By June 1999, they had raised $33 million from investors, and they were spending $3 million a month when they didn't have any revenue. They were producing shows. And now we need to talk about Brock Pierce again. Remember, Brock Pierce was the 16-year-old kid when he joined Mark and Chad in their some throuple thing. I don't know. Brock was 17 years old at this time, and he was getting paid $250,000 a year for the position he had, which is way more than that position usually gets. And he also had stock in the company too. When he was 16 years old, he emancipated himself from his mom. And that's when he went to live with Mark. Brock was introduced to Mark in the same way that a lot of the little boys were introduced to Mark, which is that a friend of theirs would be like, hey, do you want to go to this cool mansion party in Hollywood or blah? And then boom, pow, he's there. Another side quest rabbit hole we need to talk about. Brock Pierce went to Epstein's Island in 2011. He says he went there for a cryptocurrency. All you need to know for the purposes of this video is that Brock Pierce went to Epstein's Island in 2011, and he says it was for cryptocurrency. The rabbit hole goes way deeper, and I'm going to talk about it more in the Patreon cut of extended shit that I'm not talking about in this video. Okay, bye. According to Brock, he is the one who actually came up with the idea for Den. It says, by Pierce's account, he laid out his vision to Mark of a world watching short form videos online, and Mark made Brock co-founder and executive vice president, giving him $250,000 a year and a 5% stake in the company. He told me, I'm going to show you how it all works, which means you have to be in every meeting, Brock says of Mark. If someone said, oh, I don't want Brock in the meeting, he said, there's no meeting. For someone that enabled so much for me, you're going to be loyal. Brock's last sentence is a loaded one and raises the question of the extent of his loyalty to Mark. He was definitely in love with me, Brock says. There's no question about that, and I'm okay with that. That's not a bad thing. It was working for me. No problem, not in a negative way, not in a negative way, but Mark was basically under a spell. Brock is one of actually the richest crypto billionaires on earth. And he's like known for a lot of shit. He ran for president, all this stuff. So out of all of them, Brock is doing the best. So now we're at this point where Mark, Chad, and Brock are the executives, and this mansion is the place to be in Hollywood. They're driving around in Ferraris, Lamborghinis. They're all wearing Armani suits. Everybody wants to be at this party and part of this new cool thing. I mean, when they did the Den promo videos, like all these famous people that we know now today that are still famous were promoting Den.
This is the Grandmaster Melly Mel kicking it on Digital Entertainment Network. We the Black Eyed Peas, and we chilling on the under in Den's.
Mr. X to the Z exhibit. You are now tuned in to Hip Hop Master on Den, and it spanks your mind. Peace.
Spanks your mind is such a weird thing.
This is Mark from Blink-182. We are backstage at the Warped Tour right now, and you are watching Den.
It's Ice-T, you know what I'm saying? Nobody move, nobody gets hurt. This is Den. Fuck's the matter with you? What is this, some kind of pride shit?
The first show on Den, which was called Chad's World. Remember, Chad is also the name of Mark's first boyfriend. Brock produced Chad's World, but Mark wrote the script for Chad's World, and the plot line is quite interesting. And by the way, this was pitched towards an audience for gay teenagers. And the thing with Den and who their audience was supposed to be, it was for 14 to 24-year-olds, and it was very niche. So they would have like programs that were
a lot of
towards,
fucking
like, Latino
Lente just came in this system.
The city's still late.
If my car gets any lower, it'll be underground. This isn't barrio. Everyone packed. He's cute. Steve is black.
The gangs are trying to take over. The barrio needs you, Cholo.
kids who are into
Oh no, it's a
extreme
vagabond.
sports and stuff like that.
This is Carrie Hart. You're watching Den Sports on Den.
They also had content for gay teens. And so this show, Chad's World, was their first show, and it was aimed towards gay teens.
Welcome to your new world, Chad.
Jeez, you guys fix it all up for me.
You got your own TV.
Now they're
phone,
leaving.
VCR, stereo. Your own jacuzzi.
Oh yeah, I think I'll be able to hang here.
It is about a 15-year-old boy from Michigan who's questioning his sexuality and dealing
What?
with homophobia in his hometown. So he ends up leaving and moving to California to live with a gay couple, which is very similar to what Brock did. In September 1999, they filed papers with the
So they were like farming gay teens
SEO, the Securities and Exchange Commission,
in like Hollywood.
to sell $75 million worth of stock as an initial public offering or IPO. That wouldn't happen. It would all go to shit. Why? A lawsuit. From who? Remember the 13-year-old from New Jersey who Mark
Yeah,
was
these guys
talking
aren't
to on
fucking
those
with me.
bulletin board chat rooms? Not Andy, not Chad, the 13-year-old who would come and visit and work part-time as customer service. Okay. His parents found out about what happened and they sued Mark. And this is what they alleged happened. Mark violated their son from 1993 to 1996. And then there's this really creepy part in the lawsuit that talks about how
I'll be right back. I
when
gotta
this
pee.
13-year-old boy would come visit and stay with Mark to work, that Mark would go into his room at night and start touching him and stuff. And while he was doing it, we'd like stare at him going, do you trust me? Do you trust me? Do you trust me? Ugh, while he's touching him. Oh my God. Like I got traumatized from reading it. Imagine actually living it. Here's where the situation gets a little confusing because you've got different stories, and I'll give you the context so you can decide. At first, Mark denied the allegations and said he was going to fight them. But then he settled for $1 million. Why he settled is where the story separates, because you've got this version from the article I found that spoke to sources, and then you have Brock Pierce's version as someone who was in there and is talking about it way later now. So in this article, it says that at first, Collins Rector denied the allegations and indicated he would fight the suit. That strategy collapsed after the emergence of a tape recording of a phone conversation between Collins Rector and the boy, according to a source familiar with the case. But according to Brock, the reason why Mark settled is because he told him to settle. And the reason why Brock
I like
told him
faction warfare a lot more than hauling because it pays more and it gives more rep, and it definitely, like, you don't have to pay attention in a Tristan for like 20 minutes and unless somebody comes. And even then, like, often they don't jump because you can just get out most of the time, so they assume you're just going to leave if they come. So, you know, and if you find the right place, you can just sit there all day and maybe 3 times an hour you just collect your currency. And there's no clicking like different missions or setting destinations or sorting or anything like this, or moving items around or leaving something behind or anything like that. There's no clicks really necessary for it. There is, you have to warp to the site and launch your drones every 25 minutes or so. But that's it. That's like all it is. And it pays like 10 times the amount or something like that. It's insane. So I hate it when solo players come in, because those might come for me. I should clear the Rex. Oh, I don't know. I guess it's safer. Oops, I should turn this off. No, I just want to orbit. I'll clear the Rex when I've completed it, because, you know, I don't want to leave where I'm at.
them to settle is because the investors and executives told Brock to pressure Mark to do that so that it would just go away. Brock says, I convinced Mark to do that. I should have never done that, but it doesn't go away. The Los Angeles Times finds out. Los Angeles Times starts calling and snooping and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Mark was facing pressure to step down from the company, from the investors and the executives. They're like, listen, if you don't step down, this whole company is going to shit. Please resign. So he resigns, and then he goes to Europe. But when he resigns and goes to Europe, he tells Chad and Brock to do the same. Like, resign and come with me and we'll start fresh. So they both resign. They end up starting another company, incorporated or based or whatever in the British Virgin Islands. And it was called Worldwide Technology and Internet Ventures Limited. And this is where a new person joins this throuple. And it's an 18-year-old called Alex Burton, who is a childhood friend of Brock's. They knew each other since they were 5. And he is now living with them. So it's a quadruple. And I don't know what Alex was doing, but later on,
He
Alex
knew another
alleges that
gay team.
they all did stuff to him. Alex Burton also played Pyro in Bryan Singer's first X-Men
Oh
movie,
my
and he now
God.
lives with the 3 of them. Alex's mom contacted the LA Times to ask for help. It says Burton's mother, Elizabeth Anderson, recently contacted a Times reporter saying she was concerned about her son, that he doesn't
Yeah, probably because you didn't like that he was gay, so he stopped talking to you.
return her calls. Reached by phone at the mansion, Burton said there was no reason for anyone to worry, but declined to speak further. Now it's going to get even crazier. Chad sends an email to the attorney for Den, whose name is Ronald Palmieri. He's also an investor.
Cat Navy?
And I would like to read you this email. This email was sent 8:09 p.m.
But he's not. He's not after
2000,
me.
and it is from Chad Shackley to Ronald Palmieri. The subject is reporters. It says here, Ron, I haven't
Still
brought
asleep.
this up to Mark, but thought you should know. I don't think I should tell Mark, but he has a tremendous skill of getting information out of me. It's hard to keep secrets after being together for over 8 years. A few days ago, an old friend, Jeremy, who works for Den, told me that an LA Times reporter keeps calling him and asking him questions. Today, a friend, Daniel Stager, who works for me helping to maintain the computer lab at the estate, sent me this email. Well, I just wanted to say that the LA Times keeps calling my house and other news reporters. They keep asking me if I ever spent the night at your house, and I said no. They also asked me if you guys ever tried to sexually molest me, and I said no. I don't get why all these people are bugging me. Well, I'll talk to you when I go to France. And so then Chad continues. This part is Chad again. He says, I think this is interesting because it is very bizarre that this reporter seems to know all the exact people he should be speaking to. I wonder if there is someone closer to us than we suspected who is feeding them the info. For example, I'm not even sure that our good friend DG has ever met Daniel, although he may have. It is just very suspicious. Are there any steps, sleazy or otherwise, that we might take to find out where this information is coming from? Because now I'm more concerned than ever that it might be someone close to us. Not to mention that this is quickly becoming harassment, and if someone with too much information is speaking to the press, who knows what they might try to dig up. I will be leaving to Monaco in about 6 hours, but you should be able to get a hold of me through Mel, or I will give you a call at the office on Wednesday. Talk to you later, Chad. So that was sent, remember, February 2000. In May of 2000, the LA Times publishes their article, and it is bad. They definitely are alluding to the fact that Mark has a really bad history with these young kids, and it's really weird that all these people are involved in going to these parties and all that. Mark, Chad, and Brock call a private investigator who's based out of Florida. He was in Miami. And they basically tell him the information, and they're suspecting that there is some sort of leak, right? And they're starting to think it could be Alex, Brock's friend. And Brock is conflicted about it because he's like, this is my friend that I brought in, like, and now you think that he's the one leaking this information, and who is he leaking it to? And so this whole ass thing, I read this deposition. There's a whole ass thing happens where they start trying to put like trackers on the computers that track the keystrokes and finding information that
I remember that era.
Alex was contacting David Geffen, and that Mark was saying that David Geffen was trying to buy Den from him, and Mark was refusing. Mark was being told that David Geffen was trying to kill him and take the company from him. When they found out that Alex Burton was talking
1.1
to
million LP.
David
That's
Geffen.
going
They
to be
were
pretty
like,
good.
he's leaking this information to David Geffen, Alex, and Geffen, which they don't deny the communication. They deny that there
Also,
was
the
sort of
opportunities
this
are much
link and
better
that he
too.
was feeding him, you know, sensitive information to destroy him. There's
Yeah,
this
that's like way
incident that
better.
Brock talked about in his
10,000 skill
deposition.
points.
They photocopied the emails and put them in the fax machine. And then when Alex went and like grabbed the documents because he would like maybe grab these things to give them to David Geffen to snitch, he realized that it was like the proof of the documents that he was sending. Like, you know what I mean? Imagine you're trying to like snitch on someone and take these documents, but then instead of information on the people you're snitching on, it's proof that you're a snitch. And so apparently this ends up being a whole blowout thing. Brock says they end up confronting Alex about leaking information to David Geffen. They have this whole fight. According to Brock Pierce's deposition, Alex Burton left the house yelling that he would be at David Geffen's and that they were going to regret the day they met him. It was after this confrontation that Mark, Chad, and Brock called this private investigator and told him the situation. The private investigator basically tells them, you need to get out of Dodge and you need to get out quickly. And so, in this dramatic fashion, after they're on this phone call that same day, they end up quickly calling these 2 Lincoln Town cars to where they're at, packing up all their shit in these custom Louis Vuitton luggages. I mean, it's like a scene out of a movie. And they hop into these 2 town cars with their luggages in a panic. And they drive to the airport where there's a private jet that's chartered. They don't even know where they're going. They meet the private investigator. They're all on this airplane discussing, like, where should we go? And they're like, we should go to Marbella, Spain. That's where we should go. So they're like, pilot, take us to
Marbella,
Marbella.
Spain.
They stay there and they stay in hiding for a few years and actually have a wonderful, fabulous time while basically their lives are imploding back in the States. BuzzFeed was doing an article about this, and they asked David Geffen through his attorney about these allegations that David Geffen wanted to buy Den and Mark refused, and so David Geffen like threatened to kill him or destroy him. And this is what his lawyer said. Geffen's attorney, Bertram Fields, forcefully denied Brock Pierce's original allegations, calling them provably false and highly defamatory. On multiple occasions, Fields threatened to sue BuzzFeed and its reporters, one time writing, should BuzzFeed report any such damaging lies about Mr. Geffen, we will file a civil action against you, your company, and anyone else associated with the story. In addition to fleeing to Marbella, Mark is also making some moves. Some money moves. Mark starts moving money out of the United States. He's like pulling money from all his accounts. He's putting them in bank accounts in Singapore. He's investing in these shell companies, moving here, there, everywhere. He gets a Liberian passport. A month after they fled to Spain, another lawsuit is filed against Mark, Chad, and Brock. They're sued by Alex Burton, another guy called Mark Ryan, and a third person called Michael Egan. These 3 were all young boys at Den parties. Some of them worked for Den as well. They accuse all 3 of drugging them, assaying them. They accuse Mark of threatening them with a gun. And this is all when they were 15 years old. They accuse Mark of brandishing a gun to force them into doing these things. In one of the quotes from this lawsuit, they say that Mark said, do you know what I can do with this? While he was brandishing the firearm at them, saying, and get away with it. Another alleged victim in this lawsuit took video footage of the Den mansion, and there was a lot of drugs in there, including Percocet, Vicodin, Xanax, Valium, weed, ecstasy. And then they talk about this other victim, Daniel, which, if you'll remember, in the Chad email that I read you over here, they talk about Daniel. He said, today a friend, Daniel Stager, who works for me. I don't know if this is the same Daniel, but just pointing that out. And in this lawsuit, they say that Daniel almost took his own life and was intervened before it happened, but that he had written a note, which they're saying was a unaliving note. I hate that I have to say those dumb fucking words, but you know they're going to try to come at me for anything on this video. And in this letter, it said, I can't go on. I let them use me as a sex tool. Brock later on came out and said, the allegations against me are not true. I have never had intimate or sexual contact with any of the people who made these allegations. Brock also added that at the time that these things were supposedly allegedly happened, that he was 17 and 18. Like years and years later, Brock says that actually he knew about the lawsuit. Brock says Michael Egan came to him before filing the lawsuit and asked him to join the lawsuit. And this is what Brock says. I told him, of course not. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. That was the greatest mistake I ever made. If I had just said, let me think about it, instead of immediately rejecting the idea, everything would have gone completely differently because I could be a star witness against them. Now they had to discredit me. And then there was this other kid. His name was Chris, and he was 15 years old when all this went down. And he says that with his own eyes, he witnessed, quote, sexual contact between Michael Egan, one of the people who sued, and Mark. But he says that Michael Egan came up to him and asked him to join the the lawsuit too, and that he told Chris, like Michael Egan told Chris to say in this lawsuit that he was violated, you know, or by Mark, which was not true. And so Chris said, no, that didn't happen. I'm not going to say that. So you've got a situation here where this Michael Egan, and we're going to talk more about this later, he's not what they call a perfect victim. He's actually quite imperfect. It's up to you whether that discredits him completely or if some of the things he said still hold weight to you. According to Michael Egan, he said that a lot of the things that happened to him were filmed. And that's, you know, it wasn't just things that Mark did that were filmed. It was other things that other powerful people did that were filmed. Things are about to go from bad to worse because a month after this lawsuit, there is a federal indictment against Mark for transporting minors across state lines for sex, regarding that case with the 13-year-old boy that he had come visit him and do stuff. While all this is going on, Brock says he was living the life. Mark let me accidentally, not knowingly, blow his entire fortune. I think I spent $16 million in a year.
What?
On the best private jets, the most crazy experiences that one could manufacture.
God.
He
That's
was
what
a
they did
shit
with the
beyond
money.
belief. Lies,
Shitheads.
lies.
They
Like
paid
completely
middlemen.
fabricated stories. He knew how to manipulate. Very much the most generous person ever, which is weird, but not a lot of real empathy. Narcissistic. Now it is May 2002. Remember, they went on the run in May of 2000, and they've been found by Interpol. And the way they got found is very disturbing because there was this guy who was hired to do computer work on their computers that they had in the home that they were staying in. And he found a lot of, shall I say, children of the corn. When I say a lot, I mean at least 8,000 images. Now, Brock says he had no idea that these were on there. This guy who found this shit, he went to the police and he's like, dude, these people are fucking nasty. Do something. So the police show up. And, you know, there's already a warrant because when that indictment happened and the FBI went to the home, the den, they were like, oh, they're not here. And they were already in Spain. So once the police showed up and found out who it was and that there was this already Interpol warrant thing going on, everything connected, and they end up arresting all three of them. In addition to those 8,000 images, they also found guns and machetes at the home. Chad and Brock were released soon after and not charged with anything. But Mark was held in prison and the whole extradition process began, which is very slow in Spain. So it took a long time, I think like over a year before Mark was actually brought to the States to face those charges. It took so long, and he had already been in that jail in Spain for over a year, and that counted as time served. When he got to the States, he literally only was in prison for a few months before he got released. When he got released, he had to register as an offender, and also he was under probation. Mark. He gets permission to go to the UK for emergency brain tumor cancer treatment, only able to be done in the UK. And so in 2006, he's able to go there. And in 2007, this tabloid in the UK called The Sun, they find out who he is. He's going by a different name, okay? He called himself Marcus Slam Aurelius. He had this 18-year-old who he hired to be his like
Marcus Slam
live-in caretaker.
It's like a porn name.
Got into a romantic relationship with. He had been making moves to get into a civil union with him, and sort of like wanting to renounce his U.S. citizenship. In 2007, there are only 30 days left of his probation. So he comes back to the States, he does those 30 days, and then he leaves the U.S.
We don't know the whole story here. We don't know how bad these people's lives were before they met these guys. We don't know the whole story, but it's still a minor. It's still a fucking minor. Maybe their lives were better afterwards, but still, it's a fucking minor. It was still really, really improper and should be illegal. I'm sorry, they should be in jail.
He was found in 2014 by BuzzFeed. Mark was old, bitter, and broke. He felt like everyone betrayed him. Everyone stole his genius ideas, and now he's left penniless. He blamed David Geffen for everything. And
David
then
Geffen.
He started writing these sci-fi books that are very creepy. And his pseudonym as an author was Morgan von Phoenix. And he self-published
Morgan
this
von
book,
Phoenix.
and you can find it on Amazon. It's called Change Hope. The character is a trans-dimensional entity who visits Earth in the form of a beautiful teenage boy with white blonde hair, accompanied by two allegorical beings named War and Peace. The teenager uses his supernatural abilities to enlist another teenager, a bullied, reclusive sci-fi fan, in his mission to lead humanity through its next evolutionary steps.
Sci-fi fan.
They say his writings and his online activity reflect unorthodox views on adolescence, adulthood, and maturity. He says the adolescent is as much an adult, physically able to reproduce and mentally self-aware as their parent. Now I want to talk about Brock and Mark, because when their relationship ended is very murky. According to Brock himself, he says that he stopped talking to Mark in 2003, like a year after that arrest in Spain. It says here that in a lawsuit against Brock Pierce, a former partner in
lots of
IGE,
smalls and
claimed
and
that
stuff.
Brock told him in 2005 that Mark, then living overseas, had been blackmailing him, threatening to damage IGE in the eyes of investors. Brock said that that never happened and he was never blackmailed. Then there's this article that I found on the Internet Archive Wayback Machine, that there was an investigation suggesting that Brock was fronting for Mark through a Hong Kong.
She constantly mocks herself when she fucking stumbles on words, because she has to deliver these long, like 2 hours, it's probably 8 hours of actual delivery before you edit, like these long verbal, fucking papers that she delivers. So she gets all angry at herself when she stumbles on a word, but it's like, babe, you're going for hours. It's okay if you stumble on a word,
Web drive active.
Many people have said that Brock used IGE as a way to funnel money back to Mark. Now, whether he did this willingly or not, or at all, is up for debate. Brock denies it, but someone...
I hate the word babe, and I call women babe, and it's not because I'm sexist or, like, what's the word, bigoted or misogynistic. It's because I lived with strippers for years, and strippers call everybody babe. It's like a thing. They call everybody babe. I don't know why, but they just do. Strippers use the word babe to refer to everybody. And I lived with them for years, 2 of them. And, and so I say babe whenever I'm speaking to a woman, and it's actually like quite the opposite of sexist. It's like, no, I was so, I don't know. It's just weird. It's like I don't like the word babe. I don't like calling them babe, but I it's like an old habit of mine because of my ex-girlfriends. It's so annoying.
And went on the record in an article saying that Brock told them in 2005.
I realize as I say it, I'm like, babe. That sounds sexist, doesn't it? It's like I'm saying babe, like she's like I'm making like a thing about her gender or something. And no, it's because I dated strippers and they call people babe all the time, and it's an old habit from my drug days that I have really struggled to get over. It's fucking annoying.
That Mark was actually blackmailing him into sending the money back. What would Mark be blackmailing Brock with? Because in the lawsuits that were filed, they implicated Brock and Chad as well as Mark in doing these things. And Michael Egan also said that they were filming these things. Giving secret agent Leia. Epstein type of shit. I'm like, dude, is this the gay Epstein? It's giving gay Epstein. It's 2014, and a lot of shit is about to fucking happen in 2014. More lawsuits accusing Bryan Singer and other people who were investors. BuzzFeed finds Mark, who has been in hiding since 2007 in Antwerp, in Brussels. It says, in late May 2014, a BuzzFeed reporter knocked on his door. Slow, struggling footsteps approached from the other side, accompanied by the thud of a cane striking the floor. Finally, Mark Collins Rector opened the door, bearded and smiling, and said in Flemish, "Yes?" Upon learning the reporter's identity, he slammed the door and refused to answer again. BuzzFeed learned from another person living in the same building that Mark Collins Rector often spends entire nights coughing and almost never leaves home. The apartment, this neighbor said, is filled with computers. A person close to him described his final mission: to become rich once again, to exact revenge on the man he blames for his fall, David Geffen. While Mark is coughing and dying in some apartment in Brussels, Bryan Singer is thriving, and now he's going to get another accusation. 2014, Michael Egan. Remember him? He was the one who sued Mark in 2000 that caused them all to go on the run. Michael Egan now is in his 30s, and he sues Bryan Singer. He also sues 3 other men who are all investors affiliated with Den and at these parties. He sued them in Hawaii. He said that these things occurred not just in the Den mansion in LA, but also on a vacation that they took in Hawaii. And the reason for this was strategic. Hawaii, there was no statute of limitations. He said,
Of
when you
course.
have a gun put in your mouth and you believe that they'll pull the trigger on you at any time, do you not listen to what they're telling you to do? He also sued a guy called Garth Ancier, who is a former Fox television executive and was a top executive at NBC Entertainment, as well as an investor in Den. David Newman, remember the one I told you, was president of Walt Disney Television, the whole Boy Meets World thing that I told you about. David Newman, he sues him too. And Gary Goddard is the other person he sued, also an investor. And this guy is huge in the theater world. His story is very upsetting. Gary Goddard was not just accused by Michael, but later on, he got accused by other kids. After he became known for being this theater prodigy, he became a mentor for kids who wanted to be theater kids in Hollywood. And he was always surrounded by these young boys, and they were known
Poor
as
gay theater
Goddarites,
kids. Do they
right?
get
And his name
like
is
predatored
Goddard. There
on
was
all the
another guy who
time?
accused him later on.
Poor
and this
gay
guy's called
theater kids.
Anthony
One of my best
Edwards.
friends
In
is
addition to
a kind
Anthony
of a
Edwards,
gay
there were
theater kid.
7 other former theater kids who said the same thing. There was this article in the LA Times
Poor
that
gay
really goes in
theater
depth
kids. They
about it.
just
They all
get
denied the allegations.
predatorized.
And their whole strategy with their attorneys was twofold. Number one, try to prove that they were not in Hawaii. And then number 2, try to discredit Michael Egan. And what they did, oh my God, listen, scary, scary. It's like you have to be the perfect person if you're going to accuse them of anything. Michael Egan's lawsuit, he says that when he was at Den, you know, the whole naked in the pool rule, and he was then approached by Mark, who told him to hug Bryan. And then he said Bryan grabbed his bare buttocks. And then the 3 men went to sit in the jacuzzi, where Michael was ordered by Mark to sit on his lap before he was passed to Bryan Singer. He alleges that Singer brought him an alcoholic drink despite knowing that he was underage, and promised him a part in a forthcoming film he was directing, referring to this group at the party as the people who, quote, control Hollywood. Egan goes on to claim that Singer told him he was sexy before masturbating and performing oral sex on him. He alleges that Singer asked him to do the same to him, but that he refused. Singer allegedly then pushed Egan's head under the water before demanding.
When I show up with like 3 million LP and I buy like 50 fucking OGs and I move them and I sell them for like $3 I'm gonna be so fucking happy. Faction Warfare actually is really good money, and it's gonna be like $3 too if you stockpile for like a year. Yeah. And I'll be like, oh, there's $3 I wasn't really expecting. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be great. I wish I could find like a dead wormhole to live in. Maybe set up like a Caldari control tower. I mean, or Poshvon. It would be fun to set up an Ash House in Poshvon, but I bet maybe people come and bash it, you know. I should go to Poshvon with a prospect because they have bigger mining holds. Or like a retriever. I should go out in a retriever and just see if I can fill like the hold with. Or I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess I should reprocess out there and then haul all of it. I shouldn't have done multiple loads. I should just reprocess out there because I have full skills, and then I could haul it. Oh, what's that sound? That's not too good. Why am I aggroed? Oh, okay, because sign up for aggro. It's not that easy to steal from these.
Ending that he performed oral on him. Egan claims that when he refused for a second time, Singer took him out of the pool and ordered him one night after a long walk alone, according to
You know, the only reason I'm on Horizon is because of XP parties, and I do get XP parties from time to time, and they are fun. But that whole part of it is like kind of over for me now as a solo content creator. And I'm thinking that retail might be a much, much better home for me as a solo player. I like feeling like I'm a kingfish in this pond, you know? Because I'm like top 50 player, but, you know, out of 3,000 people or something like that, but I don't know. Like that's only on like, you know, that's only like on a, oh, he cast shell on him. That's cool. Oh, I better heal him or lose the sheep. And I think about how I'm farming all this money, not getting paid. I can't go get the items that I want, such as like you can go camp Argus for a day on retail. Oh, I thought it was a player. I was like, and I could get all the items that I want, leveling. I could stay at 75. I don't have to break the cap. You know, I mean, I guess it's kind of wise because Seekers is 99, and Seekers is good content, but. And I'm scared I'm missing like this whole retail time in its elder years. It's tough. I think the retail client is better and worse in a way because it's like you can't really mod it. I mean, you can. I guess I could go do Windower. I could go get Windower and just learn to use it again. No, the game's too easy. The mobs melt now with trusts, and it's just not really the same game. It'll just be me clicking on the next mob, click on the next mob, click on the next mob. One of the reasons I like this is it does take some time to kill something. I don't know. It's hard, and the private server isn't done yet. It isn't even to the proper expansion yet. And years go by too. 2 years have gone by, or maybe it's 3. I don't know. I like that I don't have to pay any money, and that should that's good for my family. Sometimes I think I should just play Mortal free and sit in Haven because there's not really much in Haven that you can't do. You know, there's not much in like everything that you can like everything I'm doing right here is stuff that I can do in Haven. You can't put a house up in Haven, which sucks. But I mean, and there is limits in Haven to what you can do. But it is free, or well, I don't know if it's free right now. Is it free? I don't know if it's free. I don't know. Ooh, I'd be getting this wood. How's that? I'm gonna go over to that one over there now. Yep, get a nice 5 stacks. I'm gonna have to train myself to understand that sound and what it means. This Keeper Amulet is worthless. I'm going to get rid of it. Retail would be new content, kind of, because it's got certain music and it's got like the Mog Garden. It's an uncrippled version of the game that runs well. You don't necessarily need the tune mod or any of the things that I use. I guess the only one I would really, really want is the FPS thing. I want the FPS add-on. Maybe I could just download Ashita 3 and steer it to the Final Fantasy retail client. And I can get Ashita to work. Ashita's a good mod. Or sorry, a good good launcher. And I could just run Ashita on retail and just, like retire into Final Fantasy 11 until they make a better game than 11, because I don't think there is really. WoW is close to it. If I liked the community in WoW more, I would go back to WoW, but I don't like the WoW community. I think they're the stereotypical boomer gamer with bad racist attitudes, bad negative language, kind of an insult-based culture, shitty bro culture, lag culture that's kind of dismissive and negative to everybody. And I don't like a lot of the people that I meet on gaming, I don't. I'm sorry, I just don't. It's sad. I used to really want to be around gamers. Not anymore. Where am I now? Oh, this is way over here, huh? But it's a zone, which is good. Are the Beatles of level? No, no. Yeah, that's the exit, huh? So, okay, my sheep died of old age, which is fine. Oops. I wish retail had hardcore. Does FFXI have hardcore? I wonder, I used to visit the FFXI AH forums a lot. Latest forum topics here, and I kind of want to pop in here again. I don't often do forums anymore at all, but I mean, pool's closed, Ashura is full. It would be nice to return to expansions that I have been locked out from since 2015. I could garden. I could run like 3 garden alts and just sell wildgrass seeds for passive ass income. And I mean, there's a lot of things I'm not really getting as a, you know, as a private server player. The reason I was here was XP parties. I'm not really getting XP parties. I'm flagging up, and it used to really be like I would get XP parties, but it seems like it has dried up a bit. I don't think my reputation is that good here. I have a character on Ashura, I'm pretty sure. There's so much more like more content in FFXI than there is in WoW. I mean, it is true. There's more in retail FFXI. There is so many crazy fucking systems, so many crazy things going on. There's so many things, and it's a culture I used to really love. I mean, I might go back. I might go spend my years on retail. It kind of is my old school RuneScape. You know, I am returning to my roots. These are old games. I'm playing really old games. I mean, Mortal's the most modern one, but it has been around for 20 years. Where did I go? I went way over here. Okay, so let's see. I don't know. People pass through here a lot. I'm gonna go dump and move to a different tree. I like Mortal, but I dislike how GeForce Now is disconnecting me constantly all the time. I have more time in WoW than I do Mortal, and I think WoW is a better game, but I'm enjoying Mortal more because it has the player housing that I actually want. I was able to put this house here, you know, wherever I wanted. I'm able to live here and stuff boxes, and that's what I want out of a game. WoW isn't supplying that for me. And the loot doesn't matter in WoW either. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't feel like it makes you stronger or more able to deal with the sandbox when you get it. It only makes it so the mobs die faster. The TTK is faster. It's the only thing it does. And there's more to RPGs than TTK, you know. WoW is about as base now as I can think of, except for its charts. Its charts are very deep, and its classes are deep. And its rotations are kind of deep, and the heals are deep, the deepest we've ever had. But, you know, it is a basic game to me, even compared to Final Fantasy XI. When you look at how many spells are in Final Fantasy XI compared to WoW, you'd understand. There's like 140 spells in WoW. There's like a 2,000 in Final Fantasy XI or something like that. I think, yeah, it is like 2,000 or something like that. Between Black Mage, Red Mage, White Mage, Blue Mage, Summoner, Scholar, Geo. I mean, that's all of the caster classes. There is like 3,000 spells in the game, mainly because of Blue Mage, but still, it's 3,000 fucking spells compared to WoW, which is like 140 or something. It's not that much. You know, it's not that much to track. You know, what spells all the classes have. And I think an example of how much better FFXI is than old school RuneScape or WoW is the fact that it has 3,000 spells compared to 150. You know? I love my black mage, and I have, like, right here, you can see it right here. If I look through all the spells that I've got, there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140. Right now I have 140, and I haven't even, like, I haven't even capped red mage. And I have 140, I have exactly the amount of spells that are in WoW right now, you know, and I haven't even unlocked some classes and stuff. So it's like, you know, I've only gone like a fifth of the way after Summoner just gets crazy. It's just, you know. So if you add in job abilities, it's like 5,000. And what and you know, in 2 hours and stuff, you know, it's just crazy. So I don't know, I just know the depth is in retail, and I don't know why I'm nerfing myself anymore on a private server. It's obvious that I'm one of the top 50 here. I was one of the top 50 on Nas. I was one of the top 50 on Wings, I think. I closed beta at all of these except for Nas. And so I think I should just take those talents to retail and see what, maybe if there's like an end game community there, or just see if there's someday, you know, I have this sneaking suspicion that I'll find my wife playing campaign one day, or like, you know, Nigel Isle or something like that. Like, some people find their wives on WoW. I think I'll stumble across some player and campaign. I'll be like, nobody ever comes here. Hey, how you doing? And et cetera. And they're gonna be like, how are you? And I'll be like, you're a girl, aren't you? Et cetera. And they'll be like, yep. And you know, and then I swear to God, I've had that happen to me several times in my life, and I think retail is a much better place to do that than fucking private. Private is the most driven people in the fucking game's infrastructure. And that's not my vibe anymore. I have this Octave Club, and I can tell that people lick the fucking window when they watch me walk by. I get examined every day like 200 times or something like that, because they lick the window when they see my weapon, and they're like, what the fuck? And, you know, they see it and they're like, what the fuck? You have a Kraken Club. And you can see them lick the window. And, like, honestly, I don't know why I'm doing that on a private server when there's only a few hundred people playing. The trust will always be better than building a party, because they don't take any time. You can just cast them right then and there, and you have a party suddenly. And, like, you know, and they fit my AFK mentality much more. Plus, I think they protect you. Like, if something aggroes you, I think the trust will heal you. You know, and that fits my AFK lifestyle way better. WoW is not an AFK game. That's another thing I dislike about it. It has passive stuff in it, passive income and shit like this. It has a lot of AFK stuff, like the, you know, the garrisons and stuff like this. But it's not really a truly AFK game the way the Final Fantasy is, or old school RuneScape, you know. I think I'd rather relearn Ashita, relearn Final Fantasy fucking retail, go get my Mog Garden, sit in Adulin, and go do old content with trusts. Like I'll finish all of Xylart and get my 75 gear. I'll finish all of COP, get my 75 gear. You know, go do all of Treasures of Otter Gone, because those things are things you can't do on the private server. You can finish COP on the private server and Xylart. It's not that hard. But I mean, you know, you have to get parties to do it, and trust will carry you through that. So it's like sort of interesting. And the combination of trusts is something that's really fascinating to me, kind of like Final Fantasy 13, because you can have a core, a bard, a scholar, a geo, and a fucking pally. Bard, core, scholar, geo, pally is such a fucking cool combination of NPCs and stuff. They have the best follower system in any game. It's 5 followers that can comprise of like a whole bunch of different class combinations and stuff like that. And their followers actually do their fucking jobs. They don't ever miss a beat. They do cast the heal when you expect them to cast the heal. You know, they are casting regen when you would think that they would cast regen and stuff. And they do cast blink and stone skin like when they should. And like and even WoW bots don't really do that well. You know, I wouldn't even say the WoW bots. I mean, the WoW bots are good like that too. They are. WoW got very AFK in the respect that you can play with 5 trusts in the dungeons now. which does fit my AFK lifestyle. But I mean, WoW is such a cheesy game. I would be ashamed to play WoW right now. I don't feel shame when I do it right after an expansion, but I would feel shame maining WoW right now because I did that for 17 fucking years. I don't want to do it anymore. This stuff matters to me, like where I spend my time, what I do. Oh yeah, I captured, did I? Okay, so call back and turn on the micro warp drive and go to this thing. It will loot. Looting 5 corpses is annoying. I should just bring a mobile depot with me. I'm rich, what do I care? Or a mobile tracker unit, I mean. Oops. Wait, what happened here? Oh, because I went to the wrong one. Oops. Come on, loot. It'll annoy me if I'm suddenly like, oh, retail wasn't as good as private. I'm not having as much fun as private or whatever. It'll annoy me because I'll spend money on it and I'll be like, why? I was doing fine on the free server. Why did I spend money on this and it's not even that good or whatever? You know, I'm scared of that experience. No, I know retail's good. I just don't know if it can hold my fucking attention the way Horizon can. I went back to Horizon because it's free. I was like, I don't want to pay a retail. If I pay Final Fantasy retail for like 17 years. I don't want to pay retail anymore. But I mean, God's honest truth, these software developers did not do that good of a job fucking private servering Final Fantasy 11. Private servering, excuse me. They did not do that well. Wings was not that good. And like, I'm missing out on so much content. I wonder sometimes if I should just try to reacclimate to Ashura, rejoin the FFXAH community, and type on the forums and all that. Mid-core sortie group, 9:30 EST is like 6:30 my time. I'm not doing that. Start time looking for man. But I mean, that's cool to see a sortie. You know, Geo Dark preferred, but we have a lot of flexibility as needed. Sunday through Friday. Wow. No speed hacks or warping is allowed. I want to play the most passive class, which would be like BST, sick the pet. Yeah, like play sheep and just, you know, just sick the pet or whatever it is, courier carry or whatever. See, these people are still doing like endgame FFXI and they care about it, but I don't. I don't care about endgame FFXI. Bismarck, Limbus, LS, Pink Limbus of Win. Urswap support thread. Welcome home. Open sort for sortie. Random plays. Sortie boss. I mean, you can see it's still a vibrant community. They're still like, I would say they're almost more vibrant than WoW. You can see it. They're really trying to play this game. They're talking about Limbus and Apollyon and stuff. I don't think WoW players talk about raids. I think the top percentage does, but I don't think even people care about it much anymore. It's interesting to see how vibrant the retail community actually still is. Maybe I should go back and do that. I would really love to be able to go back to Magian Trials. There's so much depth to Final Fantasy retail. You can, you know, there's even you can even make your own dungeons and shit like this and run your own dungeons with your own trusts. There's cool shit in retail. It's an old crappy game, but it's also got the most depth I can think of short of EVE Online. Maybe Mortal. I guess depth did end up being, like, PvE depth ended up being my interest, and these are the games. Mortal, EVE, FFXI, Rust. Maybe I should run my own Rust server out on GeForce Now. Maybe, I don't know. There's like a lot of stuff I could do. I miss Rust, but and I don't want the harassment, but I don't want to go through the problems of like modding my own server. I don't want to do that. It's just it reminds me of modding Bethesda games. I know how time consuming it is and how much time you have to spend relogging and all the stupid shit that comes along with it. And I know I don't want to do you know, like my own Rust server. I know I don't. It's too much fucking admin work. I don't want to do it. I'm capable of it. I don't want to spend the time. I just want to put the game in the bag, bro. Put the game in the bag. I don't want to fucking fix your game to keep the toxic people away from me. I want to just not do it. Is that her tongue? It kind of looks like it. Dynamics content on a more regular basis. The show hits solid numbers, 50 plus on a regular, but a lot of folks are missing out on Dynamics clears and farming. Be interested in having access to a big group or do farm clears. See, they are active. You can see it on Bismarck. Yep, 99.9%. See, they're like really active. Also, like, it sucks that I don't know retail now. I should just restart on retail, like restart. I mean, I just did that. I don't know. I just did that, and I think I've got a BST to like 44 or 45 or something. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the next scout.
Warp drive active.
Oh, is there a station in this system? Oh, Transseller shipping storage. Yeah, there is. Maybe I should go dump this loot first, actually. It's interesting to see how active the community is. Wow, wild onions go for 100k a stack. Yeah, there's all this stuff. Final Fantasy 11 has really good, genuinely good horse racing. And that's a good enough reason to go back. It has genuinely fucking good horse racing. Like GTA 5. You can win money. And that's why I should go back to retail as the horse racing. I used to love Chocobo racing. There's so much better content in retail. Like, you think GTA was the first one to do horse racing? No, it was Final Fantasy 11 built a crazy chocobo race circuit that connects all four towns, and then like you can like bet Gil on fucking like race slips and stuff, and that should be a reason to return to retail. I wonder if I should just try and get on retail right now. What's stopping me? Let's go look at my Steam thing. Horse racing. I forgot all about that. It has chocobo racing, and I can raise a chocobo. Takes a couple of months, but you can raise your own chocobo, and you can race it against the AI. Ooh, 256 gig model. So I am trying to go to my library, look at Final Fantasy XI. I have 2 copies, the Abyssia and the Seekers edition. This is the edition that I bought recently. Let's just install it and see what happens. What do I need? 13.6 gigs, that's it? No, it gets bigger than that, but yeah, download Ultimate Seekers. Yeah, and I'll set up Ashita. And it'll take time. It'll take all goddamn day, you know. But, I mean, I don't think it'll shut me out of Horizon necessarily right away. I don't think it'll shut me out until I log, which is cool, so I can just sit on Horizon while I install this, I think. It might shut down FFXI when I fire the client. Yeah, I mean, it might shut down, what's it called? The private server. Eternal Tombs playtest. I don't know what that is. Small update on September 29th. Install. Oh, I'm in the Eternal Tombs playtest. Am I? When did this go live? What is Eternal Tombs? Oh. Yeah, but... Let's go see the gameplay of Eternal Tombs. Because I guess, yeah, where are the rules? Oh, this was like from last year, was it? No, I guess they just gave me access, I guess.